A few hours later I drove home. June wasn't at the apartment when I got there, which let me flop onto the couch uncaring of the loud sigh I gave off. Gig complete. I had done it. Killed at least 2 of the monsters that I remembered from the game. There were others, I was sure. But these 2 were what I remembered. Killing them was enough to at least lighten my conscience. Would killing them make Night City just a little bit better of a place? I think it would. I reached over and grabbed the guitar. I didn't know what to play. The ideas flowed through me. I could play something famous or popular, but I was a total nerd. I listened more to anime OSTs than radio pop. So I just strummed a few times before the idea formed. I couldn't do it all, I didn't have the electronic sounds needed for it, but I could play the guitar, and I was feeling in a pretty dark metal mood, having just murdered a man in cold blood. As I started the first riff, I was thankful there were no lyrics to this song, just sound from my guitar. But I had to say something anyway, something that simply fit too much. The only thing they fear is me. I growled, my face turning into a smile as I lost myself in the music for a while. Playing through a few songs from the Doom soundtrack that I liked, at least what I could do with just a guitar. I would need a lot of extra equipment if I wanted to recreate the song in truth. Which is why right in the middle of BFG Division, I realized I was a fucking genius. I'm a tinker and a net runner. Why the hell can't I make the noise I want? I put the guitar to the side and went to grab my laptop. Engineer it first, then tinker it into being. Huh. See, Rita, I was a perfectly sane and normal girl. Capable of normal sane girl things. But first I needed to focus. I needed this to properly shred. How would they know that they should fear me if I didn't have an awesome theme song? Honestly, it was really easy. Using my CAD software, I was able to build up the little box from bottom up. When I finished the blueprints of my music box, I realized that while I could handle the outside of the system just fine, I had no idea how to properly program it. It was the same problem I had with my directional mic. I could finish the hardware and get it running, but programming it to do more? I had no idea. Even with my net running. Right now, my ability was only at the level of script kiddie stuff. I could use programs already made, I was even good at it. But programming? No idea. With a very important part of my future music box unfinished, I started hammering my head at the wall. The CAD software was of course capable of accepting some programming to test it out, but as I went through it, I very quickly got nowhere. I found myself wasting time, going in mental circles. So I needed to program this thing. I realized I had a blank in my net running understanding. I was pretty sure I was fairly competent, with intelligence and breach at 6, even if my quick hack skill was lagging behind. This system is deeper than I thought. I admitted, realizing that I was definitely missing a skill. If Rocker Boy was a skill under cool, and driving existed, then obviously there were more skills in my system than there were in the game. I just had to figure out how to start a new one. I couldn't help but sigh when I realized I had another skill to grind. No matter how much time I spent grinding away, there always seemed to be more. Which was both good and bad, as I liked grinding, but I didn't want to admit that I liked it. I wanted to be irritated. Fortunately, I had an idea of how to get started. I went into my room and pulled out my mother's net running guide. I popped in the shard and started browsing through it swiftly, until finally I found it. A small section she went over personalizing quick hacks. It wasn't much. It wasn't long. She prefaced it with 99% of you will never bother with this. But it was there. So I sat and followed the steps of my biological mother in altering just a tiny bit of the code of my ping quick hack. It was the basic of basics program already. My ping wasn't special, or anything. If I put it in game terms, my ping was the white common rarity. But as I pulled it apart, I was able to make a minor change that I followed along as my mother guided me. And finally something I had done was enough. Programming experience gained. Skill not unlocked, no XP gained. Programming unlocked. Well, that was level 0. Let's see what I could get a level before June got home. Turns out that unlike Rocker Boy, programming was fucking hard. I had ended up making a copy of my ping quick hack. And basically tearing it apart over and over again, trying to find ways to make it slightly better. Most of the time I ended up spiraling the program into utter uselessness. But the times I succeeded at least on not ruining the program, I got that alert telling me I was one step closer to understanding. Finally, hours after I started and with a few clumps less hair on my head, I altered the ping so it would visually show a different color connection in my optics, and the alert popped. 100 programming XP gained. Programming skill level up. And my eyes were opened. Breaching. Quick hacks? They were a tiny minuscule sliver of the net. Breaching was like learning how to move in the net. How to bypass system security, or even just port access through different servers. It was what you needed to live in the net. Quick hacks was bringing the power of the net to the real world. But programming? Programming was magic. There was nothing in the net you couldn't do with the proper application of programming. It was also incredibly difficult, easily the most complex of the 3 skills, and the one that the least amount of people used. Real netrunners didn't have high breach or quick hack skills. They had high programming. The difference between a common ping quick hack and a legendary one was a layer of magnitude in complexity. If someone who could use quick hacks was a knight, the programmer was the smith. The weapon designer. A lone netrunner could find weapons and use them. A lone programmer? Could create an army. I suddenly realized that programming might very well be the most powerful skill I accessed. If I designed a legendary quick hack. Or in the real world's terms. A quick hack of insane complexity and power, I could sell it, or trade it for favors, for eddies, for power. It was in a lot of ways making a magic weapon in a mundane world. So cool. I giggled and kicked my legs as I rolled around on the couch. So I had the basics of another powerful tool. Now I just needed to spend the hours upon hours to grind it out. Since all I really had was ping, that was my go-to playground. I knew it could be improved after all. If I could practice with it enough, I could figure out how, and improve one of my only net running tools. Fuck, I really needed to upgrade my deck. I reached behind my head and touched the back of my head where it was installed. The little port hidden in my skull. Was I ready for it? I wasn't sure. It made me kind of nervous. I was still working my way through my arms, trying to adapt to them, make them mind, and I still felt the effects of chipping them at times. The harsh reminder, always there niggling at me, and yet. I didn't want that spider ripper to win. To scare me away. I wasn't afraid of chipping chrome. I liked the idea. I always had. Just in moderation and not adding in something stupid to myself. But still. There was that itch in my shoulders at the thought. That, and the fear that slid down my spine. I knew how close I had come to losing it. I didn't dwell on it really. It was too easy to just ignore it. But before I had put the points into adaptation, I had truly been on my way to losing myself in revenge. I hadn't liked the person I had been becoming. Which was part of the reason I hadn't been hunting the Maelstrom Spider Ripper down afterwards. I didn't want to admit to myself how out of control I had been thanks to the constant pain and trauma. I sighed, flopping onto the couch for a bit. Why was life so complicated? I just wanted to have fun and do cool shit. But life was more complicated than that, and a cyberpunk life more complicated still. I would talk to Vic. I did still owe him a night where he would check on my healing. He had been nice enough to only say I was due for a checkup rather than the truth in his texts that I got every few days. Stupid Dad Vic, making me feel bad for not seeing him. I was just so busy. I looked around at the multiple projects that surrounded me and sighed. At least I had a few days before I would see Regina about payment for killing Jotaro. She was going to send me a text in a few days to fake an initial meetup. I guess I would be able to start taking gigs from 2 fixers after that. It was a step up. In a good direction even. Maybe it was time to do some upgrades. I pulled up my phone system. Ringing. Ringing. Asterisk Motoko? What is it? You okay? June's voice picked up quickly, sounding concerned. Asterisk I'm okay June. I just had a thought. I'm thinking I might get a new net deck. Should I? Is that okay? Is it too much too fast? I'm still recovering from my arms and I just dash asterisk. Asterisk whoa slow down. Hey. It's okay just, breathe. Do I think you getting a new net deck is okay? Yeah, I think it would be good for you. You've been practicing a lot, and it's not like you really have enough chrome anyways. I would feel safer if you had an upgrade. Are you really still worried about your arms? Asterisk June. I was literally going crazy after. All I could think about was killing the maelstrom. I wasn't me. I'm still not feeling 100%. Of course I'm worried. It's like you. You were one step into some form of cyberpsychosis when you rescued me asterisk. I wasn't, he denied instantly, and I had to breathe to not say something instantly, and end up snapping at June. Asterisk you kinda were June. You're better now though. But I was really worried asterisk. Asterisk talk. Talk to your Ripper. He was a good guy. He'll make sure you're ready for new chrome before giving it to you. I guess I don't know when enough is enough asterisk. June? Asterisk I. Haven't thought about how it must have looked. Know how it was. I was stupid. I'm sorry. I must have scared you asterisk. Asterisk you did, but I wasn't scared of you June. I was scared for you asterisk. I see, he said in a voice that told me he very much didn't see. Asterisk alright. I'll talk to Vic. I owe him a checkup anyways asterisk. Asterisk what? Go get your checkup, you gonk. If your Ripper says you need to be checked out, then get moving. Asterisk he yelled into the line at me making me jump. Asterisk alright. I'm going. Yeesh, asterisk. I grumbled as I ended the call and rose up. I guess I was visiting Vic. Misty. I called out as I entered the esoterica, and the fluffy-haired blonde looked up from her digital magazine. Motoko. How are you? She asked as she rose up and actually pulled me into a hug for a moment. Vic is in, are you hurt? No, and it's not a rush, what are you doing, anything fun? I asked as she perked up at me asking about her. I guess I had been a little rude, just passing through to Vic. Misty was good people after all. Reading about Buddhism at the moment, come sit with me, she called pulling me over to the 2 chairs she had set up where she plopped me down. How have you been? She asked instantly and I smiled at her genuine interest. I've been okay. I had a talk with someone that. Well, she'd been forcefully chipped chrome as well. Rita's preem. Anyway she talked with me, and reminded me to actually do something for my spiritual needs that didn't just lead to violence. I started playing music, I bought a guitar. That's great Motoko. Music an amazing spiritual relief. You should play something. I didn't bring my guitar, and I don't think I'm ready for that. It's embarrassing. Only June has heard me play so far. I'm still making mistakes and it's kinda dash. It sounds like you are having fun, no need to stress out about it. She said gently reaching out and taking my hand to stop me from rambling a bit. Thanks Misty. It was all I could offer, and we both smiled a bit as we settled into chat. I mostly listened as Misty discussed her interest in esoterica and spiritualism. It was fun, soothing, and had nothing to do with the crazy night city stuff. So I spent a good hour just listening to her talk, and before I realized it she had even tricked me into a meditative stay with her lighting incense and walking me through my breathing. I pretty much knew all of it thanks to cool and ninjutsu, but it was kinda nice to do it outside of controlling myself for combat. Hey Vic. I called out after Misty finally let me go from her constant desire to worry about my spiritual and mental health. She was fun. Motoko. Glad to see you, kid, you've been dodging me. Not purposefully. I've just been kinda busy. Sorry, that's not really a good excuse. I offered in the end, actually pretty contrite. Vic was just trying to look out for me. Ah, you aren't the first of my patients that are hard to get in for a checkup. Come on, take a seat, I want to check on your arms, and you can tell me what finally brought you by. You are way too sharp, Vic. I mumble as I did as I was ordered and let Vic start checking out my shoulders and arms. Even popping open a hatch on the arms to diagnose them. So what brings you in, kid? I've been thinking about an upgrade. Upgrades? I'm just not sure I'm ready. I admit, quietly feeling a little uncomfortable mentioning it to Vic. I want a new cyberdeck. But my arms messed me up pretty bad. I'm not sure I'm really ready for them. Even if I really do need an upgrade. I see. Vic murmured soothingly as he spent another moment staring at my screen. Motoko, it's very rare I get a customer that actually worries about too much chrome, even with all my warnings. I would definitely be worried about you for most things. If you wanted to get something big, I would do my best to stop you. You aren't ready for that. He said, and I couldn't help but exhale as attention left me. Vic had said it. I wasn't ready. So I could stop thinking about it. I didn't have to keep wondering if I was being stupid for not chroming up even a little more. I wasn't David-level stupid, but there were times I wish I had some subdermal armor, or maybe optical camo. But I could just let that go for now. I wasn't ready. Doc Vic said so. But changing out a deck isn't difficult. I've never seen anyone have any issues from a simple swap. Do you have a deck in mind? I had to open my mouth and then close it and then answer with a bit of a blush. Not really. Heh. Well, kid, you're at the right place, let me pull up some options for you. I don't have much, especially anything that would interest you, but I can see if I can find something, or at least send you to another ripper that I know will. Cool. Thanks, Vic. Anytime, kid. Now about that sleep study. He said with a grin, and I couldn't help but laugh as he was teasing me more than anything. But it was a thing I needed to do. Fine. How about now? I would rather get it done now than keep putting it off. Well, that I can do. He said with a smile as he started pulling down different pieces of tech around the ripper chair. Interestingly enough, I was able to recognize most of it. That one was a X-ray machine, or more accurately a modern MRI machine. That one was a metabolic scanner, that one a mechanical sensor. It would keep an eye on my chrome and tell Vic if they did anything weird. Cool. After that we settled in and Vic went through a catalog of options for a net deck. It was pretty comprehensive. Every net deck Vic had probably ever come across was on the list. As we searched through it, the problem was cost to benefit. Of course I wanted a Tetratronic Rippler. But that was an ultra-rare and pricey piece of chrome. So I set my price range. Even if I couldn't afford it right now, Regina would be paying me a pretty penny for Jotaro and I could afford it then. Eventually, I picked one that had Vic laughing at me. Planning on breaking and entering, are we? He eventually asked as I pouted at him. I'm an infiltration specialist. I whined but then pouted because I had to add in. And I do break and enter a bit more than I think is right. I blame Wakako. I added because the Seicho Electronics MK2 Cyberdeck was a good deck. Plenty of RAM. For times what I had with my current Paraline. More buffer, which means I could breach into better systems, and more program slots for quick hacks. But the real reason is because it had the honor of being the most commonly used cyberdeck for break-ins. It was built for stealth hacks, and even had an overclocked CPU so it could scan, connect, and upload a quick hack much faster than its competitors. Its 10 grand price tag hurt, but I would have enough that the cost wouldn't hurt once Regina came through. Alright, kid. I know a guy that should have one, I'll put in some calls. Perfect. Then I'll take a nap. Ready? 1 SEC, I want to make sure I get this instant sleep function of yours. You don't have any cyberware that should allow it, so I want to see what happens. Sure Vic, oh actually, I should do this too. I mentioned whipping out my knife and giving myself a cut on my hip where my leotard and pants failed to quite match up. Motoko. Don't do. Jesus kid, you're gonna give me a heart attack. Hold on. He muttered, grabbing some supplies, and then, to my amusement, disinfected the cut and even put a loose bandage on it. I'll keep an eye on it during the day, but really kid, you shouldn't hurt yourself like that. Alright, sit back, scan is ready. Night night. I laughed at him as I set my sleep for 8 hours and I was out. I blinked awake. Everything was slightly different. Vic wasn't standing over me, but instead across the room. And as always I was crystal clear and awake. Hey Vic. I called out, getting his attention as he looked away from the boxing match he was focused on. Hey kid. How'd you sleep? He asked, rolling back over and fussing over me as he started moving the scanners and things from around me, letting me sit up. Fine, good as always. What's the verdict? I have no idea. I can tell you that it took me a while to narrow down something. You got some nanomachines in you. Not unusual, we all do at this point, but yours were elusive, couldn't get a scan, couldn't collect one. They would disappear the moment I tried. I can tell you that you're healthy as an ox, and I don't see any issues popping up. Whoever designed them? They are out of my league. It's a shame. Could help a lot of people if we could figure out how to make them. I nodded along as Vic spoke. I expected most of that. It was a shame in some ways that he couldn't figure out the sleep healing. But I also felt relieved. The idea of other people becoming gamers in Night City? That was an apocalypse waiting to happen. Sorry Vic. I know you were kinda hoping. It's fine kid. I got lots of scans while you were sleeping, and at least the cut is gone. Yeah, I slept for 8 hours. But kid, I've been checking on that cut every 20 minutes. It was still there not long ago. He grumbled as he started checking his stuff, spinning knobs and putting a VR-style interface over his eyes. Looks like about 5 minutes before you woke up, suddenly all the nanomachines I had been tracking around the wound nearly instantly repaired the damage. Incredible. I have no idea how they did that. Yeah, I have to wait 8 hours and then I heal. If I don't sleep that long, I don't get any healing. That doesn't make a damn lick of sense. He grumbled but nodded as he took off the headset. Well, with this I'll be busy for the next while. Maybe I can get something out of these scans. Even if your nanomachines don't like to be recorded. Thanks Vic. Just make sure you keep this quiet, okay? I trust you, but really I don't want to end up on some core experiment lab because of it. Instead of taking my joking request for a laugh, he went very serious and nodded, reaching out and putting a hand on my shoulder. I promise kid. This stuff'll be on my private server, no one will know about it. That's all I can ask Vic. I said, fully trusting the older man. Did you happen to find a seller? Oh, for your deck? Yeah, I called around a bit. Found a ripper that has one. I'll send you the details. Go on kid. I can practically see how antsy you are to get out of that chair. Feel free to bring the deck around when you want it installed. He said without actually saying he didn't trust the ripper to do it right. I grinned as I hopped off the chair and did indeed rush out of there. The 8 hours may have passed in a flash, but it was still time I wanted to do stuff with. I had grinding to do. Playing music to do. I whistled a Foo Fighters song on my way upstairs. Time to get back to work. I was back home setting up for some programming grinding since I still wanted to make my music box when I got an incoming call from June. Hey Junie. What's up, asterisk? Finally, I called you a few times this afternoon, where were you? I blushed a little when I noticed that I had alerts for missed calls. Okay, Motoko, you fucking boomer. You really need to remember to check your phone more often. I yelled at myself before answering June. Asterisk, I was with Vic, doing a sleep thing. He was giving me a checkup but wanted me to stay for a bit, so I took a nap. Sorry, June. You okay? Need my help? Asterisk. Asterisk, I'm fine, Motoko, just checking in on you. You weren't home when I stopped by. Listen, I have a feeling you already know, but Jotaro Shobo is dead. Asterisk. Asterisk, what? No way? Really? Oh man, that's terrible. Asterisk, I fake gasped to get a laugh, but June wasn't laughing. Asterisk, as far as anyone is concerned, Jotaro was killed by the family of someone he. It doesn't matter. But that's what everyone is saying. Keep it that way. Motoko, if you ever listen to me, then listen to me now. Never talk about Jotaro again. Asterisk. June was seriously worried. I frowned, looking at my programming for a minute just to have something real to focus on. Asterisk, I promise, June. It's done. No point talking about it. Asterisk. Asterisk, good. Good. You know you can talk to me about stuff like this. I can protect you from anything, Emuto, you just have to trust me enough to tell me. Asterisk. Asterisk, I do trust you, June. And you can trust me to protect you too. So if you ever need a hand. Asterisk. I will call this scary sniper. I know, yeah, he said, and I had to giggle at that. Sniping was like the least of my talents though. I wasn't even that good at it. I was just sneaky. Asterisk, I have to go, Motoko. I'll be back in the morning, and we'll talk more then. Just keep your head down for a bit. Asterisk. Sure. The call clicked as it ended and I was left to refocus on my work. So the TC didn't suspect me, or at least the common members didn't. Good. Hopefully it will stay that way. I put my hands back on the keyboard and started typing. I had a skill to level up. I was still only working on ping as I had no other quick hack programs to mess with, and I didn't feel confident enough in trying to create a program from scratch yet, when I got my second ding. Programming skill level up. 1 perk point gained. Yes. I called out, thrilled at the sudden burst of knowledge with programming too. Yeah, I was definitely feeling a lot better about my programming, plus the perk meant I would have a serious advantage. Instantly I dug through the perk list. This perk would be supremely important to my future, because programming was going to be a serious advantage in the future. So I explored the options entirely. A few instantly popped to the forefront. Inspired programmer, inspiration strikes constantly. Never run out of steam while programming. It seemed kind of innocuous, but also secretly really powerful. Sure, my system gave me knowledge, and I didn't tend to get bored with whatever task I was doing, but constant inspiration would mean my programs come out better, come out faster. But it wasn't the only one that caught my eye. Debug. At a single glance, you will know what is causing your program not to work, or where the program can be improved. Another extremely powerful sounding perk. It's one thing to know programming, and it's another to have confidence in being able to make it work. To figure out what was wrong. The list went on, but I needed to decide. At programming too, I was still so new to the skill that a perk would make massive changes. Did I want to make sure my programming worked? Or did I want to keep pumping out programs to level up? It was two sides of the coin. But I had to make a decision, and so I did. Debug. I decided to make sure what I was working with could work. It might not be the best, but the skill itself did give me knowledge on how to make the programs anyway. But making sure whatever I was working on would actually function would hopefully give me more XP in the long run than just pumping out programming that was a mess. Instantly I felt like I was some ancient programmer that debugged irritating students for a living. But I knew. I pulled out my ping quick hacks details on the laptop again, and instantly I could see the absolute college programmer tier problems with it. Made sense. The program was bottom of the barrel sludgeware. I could fix it though. At least somewhat. That sense of knowing has always felt great, filled me with a sense of purpose. My hands tore across the keyboard, removing bloat, fixing leaks, solving a problem that made the thing last half as long as it should in systems that aren't resisting. And to my delight, each problem solved was a bit of XP. With that, the XP started racing in, as I was making honest real improvements to ping. When I was done, I wouldn't say it was quite at the level of an upgrade to its rarity in game terms, but I think I had actually reduced the RAM a cyberdeck would need to run the program. Which was impressive enough, since the program was already fairly light. But I kept working on it, tearing it apart piece by piece, line by line. And a program, even one as simple as ping, wasn't a small piece of code. The amount of systems it had to interface with, both external and internal, as it had to use whatever optics you had installed to display the information it had gained. The thing was overly complicated, which made me realize I could completely do away with most of it. I tore apart huge swaths of the code, reducing it so it would only work and display on my particular optics. Since it didn't have to query or check for any other internal systems, the program slimmed right down, practically reducing the actual program slot usage to almost nothing. I realized that it was completely possible for ping, since it was much smaller than the juggernauts of the quick hack world, to be reduced to a completely negligible size on my cyberdeck. I might actually be able to reduce it so much that it wouldn't even use up the cyberdeck slot count. To always have ping installed, ready and able? That would be supremely useful, and give me more utility. I couldn't help but laugh as I stepped away late in the afternoon to get a meal from the street vendors. I was right, programming was truly a weapon that I had to utilize. I decided to step away from the apartment for a bit while I ate. I still had my Beria and Lexington on me, so I decided to walk around the block, like I had done back when I was still grinding out my body. It was nice to go back to something so simple. It reminded me that I needed to keep choosing to live my life how I wanted, and not be subconsciously afraid of maelstrom Borgs around every corner. I stuffed the final bit of meat on a stick into my mouth, tossed the skewer into the trash, and decided to move around a bit. Instead of heading straight home, I went for a jog. First up further into Japantown, taking the stairs up to the surface, near Cherry Blossom Market. Then just around the shops along the strip malls, trailing the roads. Honestly, I just had that urge to move. I had spent days grinding or planning murder, and only did a little bit of time outside while actually committing the murder. I just wanted to be free of it all for a bit. I walked through crowds, amused at how many of them were armed, and how easy it would be to kill almost all of them. It was amazing what just having a bit of skill and experience will do to someone. Sure, everyone had a gun, but most of them would die before ever getting to use it in an emergency. I shook that thought away. I had a benefit that no one else did, and there were still people better than me. I shouldn't get arrogant. The fact was, I was only special because of a random blip of chance. 1 in a trillion. I didn't know if there was a god in this world. I mean, chances were there actually was magic, considering the cyberpunk references in The Witcher. But I wasn't sure what great deity I should thank for my circumstances, so instead of picking one, I just looked up into the sky for a moment, and sent a silent thank you into the air. Because the fact was, I loved this life. With all the horrors and disgusting elements. Even without puppies. Because I had power. And power gave me autonomy. I could choose what I wanted to do. Where I wanted to go. In my last life I didn't have that. Stuck in the same routine to survive. Now, if I ran low on eddies, I could find a fixer and in a single afternoon make thousands of eddies, while also making myself stronger. The dopamine rush of improving yourself, and knowing you are getting better mixed with the freedom to do as I liked. Yeah, I loved this crapsack world. I blinked as a drop of water landed on my nose. The sky had been cloudy all morning, and suddenly it started raining. I looked around, noticing some people grabbed umbrellas out of bags and continued on with their day. Some ignored the water, throwing hoods over their heads, or just walking through it without a care. Either too drugged, too chromed, or too indifferent to care. Others hurried under overhangs or moved out of the open to get out of the water. And there I stood, letting the rain come down and soak my hair as I watched the people all around me. The water darkening the California sun, the people hurrying around, neon shining off wet umbrellas and coats. It might be a cyberpunk dystopia. But it's my cyberpunk dystopia. I continued walking through the streets, just enjoying the ambience of a rainy cyberpunk city. I would think about grinding more, killing more, and living more in a few hours. For now I was just enjoying the backdrop. The next day I got a call from Regina to meet. I suited up, making sure I had some Max stocks in my pockets just to be safe, and headed out. It wasn't that I didn't trust Regina. It was just that I didn't trust Regina. Or rather, I was cautious. I had sort of forced the gig on her, and I hadn't been nice to her underling. Pulling into a space near her building, I walked up to the side entrance like before, but this time when I entered the little elevator room on the side of the building and hit the button, Regina answered. "Come on up." The elevator came down moments later and I slipped in. The option was already pressed when I entered and it started moving upwards. When the elevator reached the top, I was in fact faced with two HMG turrets, both on and pointing. I readied myself. It wouldn't be easy to survive if they both went off. Okay, even I would die if those two started firing at me in an enclosed space. But instead they powered down after a moment and Regina turned the corner. "Nice to see you face to face. Nice to not have guns pointed at me anymore." I mumbled, but stepped out and took her offered hand. Just a precaution. It wouldn't be the first time someone did a gig for me to try and get close enough to knife me. Well, luckily, I'm not here for that. No, you aren't. Payment for services rendered. She offered, her eyes flashing blue, and a hefty chunk of eddies was dropped into my account. I couldn't help the smile spread on my face. I would probably go hunt down that cyber deck once I was done here now. "Walk with me," she said after a moment, leading me out of the broken-down lobby and into a room with a massive window overlooking the city. She walked over, leaned against the glass looking outwards. I stood there for a few moments wondering what she was going to say, but the silence stretched on for a bit longer than was comfortable for me. "Motoko Kusanagi. I've looked into you a bit. Spoke with Wakako. She speaks highly of you. I've only worked with her a few times, thankfully. Never seemed to have a kind word for anyone, but you she did. I'll be honest, I didn't expect for Jotaro to die. Not so quickly after you said you could. I definitely didn't expect it to happen without anyone knowing who did it. TC leadership are convinced it was done at the behest of a family Jotaro murdered. They are all dead, just in case you didn't know. I was working with the mother when she was picked up by Hotaro's goons. Jotaro being a piece of shit and murdering an entire family? Color me not at all surprised. Still, it was kind of nice for Wakako to talk me up. I'd have to stop by and thank her sometime. Yeah, I heard. My brother mentioned everyone thought it was the family of a victim that put out the hit. And your skill meant no one had any evidence to say otherwise. You did good work. I have a contact with the TC, got me the report they put together about the kill. No evidence towards who could have done it at all. That isn't something any street kid with a Lexington can pull off. I simply waited without saying anything. It was one of those statements that was more a question. Like everyone at first, they want to know how a 14-year-old can act like a professional killer. The silence stretched, my eyes didn't blink, more than happy to wait for her to actually ask something, or just move on. She chuffed a soft laugh. Fine. I may have some gigs for someone with your skill set. I already spoke to Wakako about poaching you. She told me to go die in a ditch, but agreed that I can offer you some gigs without stepping on toes. I wouldn't mind a few gigs. I had to agree. A few fun gigs, some more eddies, it would give me something to do. Excellent. Today is a face-to-face. I'll reach out to you in the next week with a gig. Should be right up your alley. I have someone I need flatlined. I don't think that will be an issue? No. No problem. I'll kill someone if the gig says I need to. I answer simply. There was no point in trying to hide it. I really didn't have any emotional problems with killing people. Good. Then I'll be in touch with you soon once I set the gig up. I'll admit, kid, you aren't the normal type of merc I hire. But if I didn't already know you had killed Jotaro, even I wouldn't have any idea who did it. I can use that skill. As long as it stays consistent. Then we'll be working together a lot in the future. Anything else? No. Go on, kid, enjoy your eddies. I headed back to the elevator, always keeping an eye on the reflection of Regina in the window, and then on the HMG turrets that were still shut down, but it would only take a second for them to turn on. It wasn't that I didn't trust Regina. It was just I felt like she would stab me in the back if she thought it was useful. I had no real reason to expect it, but it was just a general paranoia. Whether it was good or bad would be determined, I suppose. Only once I was back in my quadra and driving down the street did I release a sigh. Finally. Time to go shopping. As I drove out towards the Ripper that Vic had told me had my cyber deck, I was more than happy to make this deal. But then as I started walking up to the place the Ripper should be, I had the wildest sense of déjà vu. I found myself staring past the sign of the Ripper dock, looking out into the water off the pier. I glanced at the opposite wall. A big 6th Street tag, which looked pretty fresh, was covering the wall. I knew this place. This was David's Ripper. That crazy fuck that had literally fucked David over by not giving him his meds after an operation. But also a guy that afterwards had tried to help out David. A weird dichotomy of a man. Either way, I knew how this fucker operated. He wouldn't lay a finger on my meat or my chrome. I shook away the ghosts of the future and stepped in. Looking for the document. I called out, noticing the room was dirty. I didn't see him at first, only as his head popped out from behind his Ripper chair did I notice what he was doing. BD and masturbating. Greet. Oh. And who is this? Looking for some chrome? Well, I got the stuff all right. He said, his face shifting, looking me over. His electronic eyes had already noticed my equipment. He hadn't hesitated a moment before realizing I was here with Eddies. Victor Vector contacted you recently about a Cicho cyberdeck. You said you have one. Oh, that's who you are, Vix Chrome EY? Alright, come on in, I got what you want. He said with a chuckle that I wasn't sure if it was perversion or greed. Fucking slimeball. But after a few moments he pulled out a canister, cracked the seal and pulled the canister open, showing the cyberdeck resting in the cradle. Then before I could get a view he closed it down. 20 thou for this beauty. Bullshit. That thing isn't worth more than 15, and we both know it. Vic even confirmed the price with me. 20, these aren't easy to come by anymore. Got another buyer, so the price went up. He offered with a chuckle. This fucker. Fine, if he wanted to play fuck around games. No deal. I'll go find another deck somewhere else then. I said, turning to leave the room. Hey, hold your chrome, you won't find another in the entire city. This little baby is worth the price. He offered, waving the canister at me enticingly. It's worth 15 grand max. If you want to sell it and have those eddies in your pocket right now, that's the price. I offered instantly. If it was any other Ripper, maybe I would have haggled, but I didn't want to deal with this guy in the first place. Tisk, no interest in bartering in the new generation. He said, but didn't agree to the price. Instead, he walked over and settled onto a chair, waving the canister at me. How about a deal, a few extras you can buy that might dash. I'm only here for the cyberdeck. If you aren't going to sell it, I'll delta. I cut him off. I didn't want anything this Ripper was selling. Other than my new cyberdeck. Fine. I'll give it away at 16,000. Since you're here, and the other buyer isn't. I mean it, girl, you won't find anyone else with one of these babies. That's robbery. I'll throw an extra 500 on, lowest I'll go, offer me any other deal and I'm deltaing. I can find another cyberdeck. Hee, well I guess I'll just have to take it then. He offered, chuckling, but I wasn't happy. Before he could say anything I snatched it out of his stupid cyber hand. Hey! I popped the seal and looked it over, scanning it for any problems. To my surprise, it was actually in good condition. I noticed a few problems, but just normal issues with cyberdecks that had been used before. I could actually fix most of them with a few minutes' work if I felt up to it, but I bet Vic could as well. Now my eddies, and I'll get that right in there for you. He offered, waving at his chair. Only his wasn't anything like Vic's. It had a fucking bite bar. Pass. I have my own ripper. I told him, but my eyes went blue and I sent over the 15,500 eddies, and walked out. I felt like I needed a bath. But Vic first. I wanted more RAM, damn it. Vic. I called out as I spun into his downstairs clinic, having leapt down the stairs, and grabbed the handrail to turn my momentum into a spin inside. I got my cyberdeck. I told him, holding up the canister in both hands to show it off. Heh. The old ripper couldn't help but laugh as he looked up from his laptop. He had been mid-email by the looks of it as I entered, seeing me practically bouncing on my toes to get an upgrade. Alright. Come on kid, let's take a look. I'll need to look over the deck before I install. Definitely. The chip is in good condition, but it could use a good cleanup, and maybe a repair to one of the neural input. I noticed the connection was a bit tarnished. Oh? Good eye. Heh, or good eyes I suppose. He teased, looking up into my eyes, before taking the canister from me and rolling across the floor. Alright, let's see what we're working with. He muttered as he slotted it into his system, and it instantly started doing a check on the deck, as well as a visual high-def magnification on the circuitry. Vic was cool. I settled on the ripper chair beside him and pointed out the tarnish I mentioned, only to see him use his tools to instantly clean it off, and even overlay a new gold overlay to ensure the connection wasn't damaged. All cleaned up and fixed up. You ready? He asked, teasing, but he did let his face relax a bit and asked the same question a bit more seriously. You sure you're ready? I hesitated but exhaled. This wasn't going to hurt me. It couldn't. Nothing about me would change. I was I. Motoko was Motoko. My body was a piece of me, but wasn't me. My soul. My ghost would not be harmed by something like this. Something so minuscule. Yes. I said, opening my eyes, my will firm and ready. Then let's settle you back. I walked out of Vic's clinic into a new world. I could barely believe the difference a new cyberdeck brought. The speed, the clarity. The fact it was able to connect to my systems better. It wasn't 50-year-old tech trying to connect to modern Karoshi anymore. The Seicho MK2 wasn't top of the line, but it was a specialist deck. Made for rapid instant break-ins and uploads. It was more than 3 times the power of the Militech just outright. And that was only the numbers, and the numbers didn't tell the whole story. It was new architecture. The difference of more than 50 years of improvements on the programming code. Well, 50 years was saying a lot, considering the data crash pushed everything back so much the Para line was even still being sold. But the Seicho was new, responsive, and designed for someone like me. In my old life, it would be the difference in RAM from going from a DDR2 to a DDR5 memory stick. You could have both offer the same level of RAM, but the DDR5 was a different beast even with the same numbers. I glanced at a vending machine as I walked past, reaching down and scooping up the soda it dropped. I didn't even need to slow down. Didn't need to hold my eyes on the machine as I breached through its ICE. No. I simply looked, and instantly the pointed knives of my attack slipped through all the defenses. I stepped out onto the street. People traveling up and down the streets moved past me, but it didn't matter. I was utterly focused on the netscape. As I slipped through barriers, defenses, and peeked into their secrets. This? This was cool. I was feeling pretty good once I got home, but I had a lot of work to do. First, I needed to level my programming skill up some more, because I wanted to do something crazy. I wanted my own quick hack. That was my goal. I wanted to be the netrunner that creates their own tools, because I wasn't some script kiddie playing around. I was Motoko fucking Kusanagi. I might not be the major, but I would do her proud by not being a net moron. So I took off my jacket, plopped my gloves on the table, stretched my fingers and got to typing. Ping was still my target. I had managed to clean up a lot of the code, although now that I had a new deck I needed to adjust it again, the downside of slimming the program so much, but now it was a slim program that basically just did the one thing. It highlighted everything connected to the network, but I wanted it to do more than that. It could do more than that. First things started adding to the program, trying to make it harder to detect. Stealth was still my biggest advantage, and if I could ping a network without anyone noticing, even if there was an active netrunner, that would be an advantage I couldn't ignore. I knew just enough about programming now that as I started writing code to try and hide the ping network access that I knew it wasn't going to totally work, but that wasn't the point. I didn't need perfect. I just needed code that I could improve, correct, rip apart and start again if I needed. It was all about grinding, and even within just a few minutes of work, I got another alert. 100 programming XP gained. Well, that just meant I was on the right track. Hey June. I called out as I continued to type along. This bit of code was just not working, and it was driving me nuts. Even my debug knowledge, while helpful, wasn't enough to fix it immediately. Although a sense of knowing had narrowed the bug down to just a small section of the code. Something here was wrong. I knew it was wrong. I knew it wouldn't work and would crash if I tried to use it, but I didn't know why. I was down to reading through each line of code going through the section I just knew something was wrong at. Luckily, once I finished reading a bit of the code I could ignore it after. The bug wasn't in anything I had already checked. So I just had to keep reading down the lines till I find it. Motoko. You okay? This bug is going to die, June. I kill things for a living, so I will eventually kill this bug too. I told him as my fingers continued to thrash along the keyboard, slowly line after line the code dropped down further and further. I was nearing the end now. Ah. That's why. The port information was wrong. I had mistyped while going through it. A few moments later I finished the line and I knew it would work. The shorty from debug telling me this bit of code would work. It wasn't pretty. It was messy, and there was a memory leak in there I was gonna need to work out. But it worked. Programming skill level up. Programming 3. Phew. Get it? He asked as I glanced up. June had obviously made himself at home while I was focused, a burrito in his hands as he sat on the couch, beside me. I honestly hadn't even felt him sit down. Yeah, mostly. It's still garbage code, but it works, and it's mine. I told him with a smile as he nodded slowly, eyes on me as he ate his burrito. What? You are so weird now. I'm proud of you, for actually sticking through it enough to learn net running stuff, but it's still so weird to see you so focused. He offered as he bit into his burrito and started chewing, eyes never leaving me. I felt my cheeks heating up a bit. It's just a useful skill. And it's not boring exactly. I don't really get bored as long as I'm doing something nowadays. I had to admit. Fact was, that fully knowing you could improve just by slamming your face into something made boredom sort of a non-issue. Like how someone can sit behind a computer and grind a stat in a video game, it was that same sense. Sure, you had already killed 1,000 goblins, but you only needed another 400 and you would level your sword skill. That same sense of just a bit more to get there was nice. Well, I'm glad. Maybe you'll start putting out some useful programs, get rich and retire from all this crazy merc stuff. Never. I said with a sharp grin. Even if I'm a bajillionaire, I'll still go out into the city and beat up gonks. I cried out, chrome fist raised. Yeah. I know, he said, not quite laughing but with a small smile on his face. I'll just have to keep getting dragged into your disasters to keep you safe. You followed me last time. I didn't drag you anywhere. Sure, he said, disagreeing with me in tone as he reached out and patted me on the head a few times. Whatever you say, Amuto. Just make sure you tell me before you go do something crazy again. I huffed at him, stupid Junii. But since I was a generous little sister, I decided not to kick him while he ate. I instead focused on the program in front of me. It might be workable now. But it wasn't done. And neither was I. After a few more hours of fixing the code that I just wrote, because as I leveled up, I already knew a few things I could do to improve it. I sat back. June was still sitting beside me, although he had moved around a few times since the last time we chatted. He was now on the floor instead of the couch cleaning his equipment. His thermal katana, currently getting a going over as he sat and worked over the blade. I watched as he slowly wiped down the blade. He had already put it in a sharpener. The mechanical system rehoning the blade to a molecular edge. Science katanas were pretty cool. I should probably clean up mine too. I always did a little bit of work cleaning everything up when I was done, but my fingers were feeling a little itchy still. So I pushed my laptop away, and instead grabbed my axe. The guitar thrummed lightly as I hit some random notes, just a way to stretch out my fingers. The noise drew June's attention as he looked up. Still interested in being a rocker boy, huh? It's nice to do something that has nothing to do with my merc work. I told him honestly as I started strumming a little song. Nothing in particular. Instead, just a mishmash of different songs and chords that I wanted to hear. Still no good at it, he told me, teasing after a few minutes of me just playing around. Outrage. Vengeance. I instantly started into the opening riff to Ballad of Buck Ravers. My eyes locked on June as I played oldies just to punish my brother that had no taste. His nose scrunched up as I started the vocals. Lost another day to pointless drudgery. Motoko, stop it. Play something good. I ignored his pleading, fully getting into it as I jumped onto the couch and started rocking out. I mean, sure, one of the neighbors started pounding on the walls mid-song, but the look of irritation on June's face was well worth it. That afternoon, long after I had driven June away with my perfect rendition of Samurai. Okay, it could still use some work, but it wasn't bad anymore. I was actually fairly competent with my guitar now. My voice could probably still use some practice though. Anyway, I got a call from someone I didn't expect. Itchy. Motoko. Hey, do you got a minute? I need some help. Itchy's voice started as soon as I picked up, even before I could say anything. What? Of course, Itchy, what's wrong? Jotaro Shobo is dead. Murdered at the Ho-Oh. I don't have a job anymore. Yeah, I heard about that from June, but what do you mean you don't have a job? Shobo needed people to haul stuff around, the new owner of Ho-Oh doesn't. Anyway, listen. I know you're crazy and stuff. You don't happen to have some work I can back you up on? You know I'm not amazing with iron, but I'm a good driver. I can Whoa, Itchy, slow down. I'm more than happy to work with you if you want, but what's going on? You're sounding freaked, I told him, and he did, he sounded stressed as fuck. I never told you, my parents are deadbeats. I don't even see them, but I live with my grandmother. She's old, Motoko. Can't really work anymore, but I can't just. I pay the rent and buy food and stuff, but without my job with Jotaro, I don't, Shit. This was my fault. I hadn't even considered the repercussions of killing Jotaro on my chum. Okay, it didn't matter, I still would have killed him. I like Itchy, but his comfortable job wasn't worth the monstrous shit Jotaro did, but that didn't mean I wasn't responsible here. The TC won't give you work? I mean, you did great during the war, right? Asterisk. Asterisk Motoko, the war is over. There were a lot of drivers that don't have a job anymore. The old-timers can go back to their old jobs, the ones that made a name for themselves, can get pulled in under a boss, but Jotaro was my boss. He was the only one that would speak for me. I'm back to square one, asterisk. Ouch. That actually sucked. Asterisk well. It's a good thing you got your good Motoko then. Forget the TC Ichi. They pay shit, and your boss was a psycho. Motoko mercenary jobs pay way better, asterisk I told him proudly. Then he laughed. Asterisk you certainly haven't changed. But listen, I don't have a lot of eddies right now. Do you have anything I can help with, asterisk? I hummed as I considered the problem. First off, I really didn't. It wasn't like I had a bunch of scav. Asterisk Keiichi. You got around a lot in the city during the war, right? Asterisk. Yeah, I traveled all over. Then do you know where like all the rippers in the city are? Asterisk all? No, probably not. I know most of them though. Jotaro. Well, he had deliveries to different rippers, asterisk. Asterisk yeah, he is a monster, let's move past that. He is dead. Knife to the throat. Terrible way to go. Listen, I need to find a specific ripper. I don't know exactly what his name is or anything, but I caught a rumor that a ripper is working with the scavs. In other words, people going to him for work sometimes disappear, and their chrome ends up in scav hands, asterisk. Fuck. Asterisk yeah, boo it, if we find him, and confirm it, I can smash the scavs, kill the ripper and end up with a whole lot of premium chrome and equipment. I'll need someone who can clear out a base for me. Collect the loot. You wouldn't happen to know a guy, asterisk. I know a guy, Ichi said, sounding excited. I could practically hear the cash register noise going on in his mind. Asterisk cool. So how about you come by? We'll go hit all the rippers you know. If I see the place I'll know which one, asterisk. Asterisk really? Just by seeing it, asterisk. Asterisk come on Ichi. How many scavs do you think I've killed? I can practically smell them, asterisk I told him with a laugh which he shared. We agreed to meet up and drive around. If Regina or Wakako weren't going to get back to me soon enough, I'll just make my own gigs. With chums. And rippers. Although Ichi did come around in his truck. I pulled him into my quadra instead. This was just reconnaissance after all. It was funny, it actually didn't take me long to find the right place. The only thing I remember about the quest after racking my brain about it was that I ended up gaining the quest in the game while I was around Kabuki Market. The big roundabout that had the dewdrop in. So I knew it had to be around there. With Ichi's help, mostly his street knowledge, and helping navigate the side streets. We only stopped at 2 other rippers before we came to a ripper shop set up in an alley that was twigging me hard. When we walked in, I was already sure about it. Welcome. How can I help today? Need some new chrome? He asked Ichi as he entered in front of me looking very excited, until he noticed me following in. The multiple weapons I was carrying, including my thermal katana, had the guy instantly looking nervous. Ichi followed through on what I told him, our little plot to make sure it wasn't weird we were walking in. Of course the fact he was blushing a bit made it all the funnier. I'm looking for a Mr. Stud, he said in the most dead inside voice I had ever heard from the boy. I pointedly wasn't looking straight at Ichi. But I was still recording it. This might be a more private BD, but I was planning on bribing Judy and getting this one done so I could share it with the crew. Malcolm was going to die when he saw this. And Hiromi would never leave Ichi alone. Yeah, I have a few models. Come on in, son, and this is... your girlfriend? Pimp. I offered instead, making Ichi turn on me, his face gaping in utter horror at my words. Make sure my little guy gets something packing, okay? I said, cold blood cranked up to maximum, the only reason my face wasn't breaking down into absolute mirth at the look on Ichi's face. Wha? Motoko? The Ripper sounded confused, looking a little surprised at the way this entire conversation was going. Fine, fine. You win the 50 eddies. Sorry, Doc, just a prank on my chum here. Nice place, next time I get some chrome, I'll know where to come. I told him as I walked back out of the office, leaving a stupefied Ripper and an angry Ichi following after. Blackmail. Get. It's not funny. Ichi growled at me. It totally is, and it means that Doc won't think twice about us until it's too late. I really doubt us going in, browsing and walking out is going to cause him to wonder either. It would, since you have no poker face and it looked like you were trying to case the place, now it just looks like you were embarrassed. I am embarrassed. Well, don't worry. That Doc is the one. He'll be dead soon and no one but me will ever know. I lied blatantly. Motoko. Why did you just lie to me? I have no idea what you were talking about, Ichi. You pointedly looked away from me, and weren't able to stop grinning when you just said that. That's your lying face. Nope. Doesn't sound like me. Come on, let's go call everyone. More hands will make clearing that place way easier. Motoko. Oh, look, a call. I told him as I quickly called Malcolm to invite him to the gig. This was going to be fun. Funnily enough, we were all at the Ho-Oh Club that night. Even Hiromi made it. Of course the place was wildly different right out the gate. There were still a bunch of TC guys, but the atmosphere had changed. It was more relaxed, and there were signs up, talking about opening of the upstairs areas. Apparently, the private TC second floor was opening up soon to bring more attention to the bar. I honestly didn't want to meet up here, but it was kinda the closest club to everyone's home. And despite my knowledge about Jotaro, most of the others had no idea. I guess since he was dead it was fine now. So here is the gig. I whispered, sending everyone a text message with the details I had put together, including the address and pictures of the building. Both back and front. Ichi and I had driven around, enough that I had confirmed the SCAV base below as well. I let them read the little snippet I had put together and everyone was nodding along as they read through. So what's the cut for everyone? Malcolm asked before even finishing the brief. Fair split between everyone, excluding any chrome that someone wants to chip. Just like last time, but this time we'll be looting more thoroughly. There should be Ripper equipment we can clep, for example. Who are we selling to? Hiromi asked, breaking in as Malcolm was practically bursting at the seams at the idea of all the eddies. I haven't got that far yet? Gonk. Nope. We aren't doing that again. Fine. I'll make some calls and find buyers. Motoko. Send me your fixer's number as well. You know Wakako, right? She might have some buyers as well. Hiromi demanded as her eyes went gold and she sat back as she started calling. Someone? Wow, Hiromi was pretty cool. I sent her a text with Wakako's number and refocused on the boys. How much loot are we looking at, Motoko? Honestly? No idea. But that's the thing. We clear this place, and if I do it fast enough, maybe I can pull some information on another den. I would like to be able to just keep hitting them. That'll piss off the scavs. Like seriously piss them off, they come after you. After us. Not if we do it without anyone knowing. I told him firmly. I go and clear them as quietly as I can. If I do my job right, no one fires a bullet, no one finds out until the place is empty and we are long gone. I'll trash any recordings of what happened. I got an upgrade. I told him, tapping the back of my head where my cyberdeck is installed. Okay, but what if you do get seen, and word gets out? I opened my mouth to assure him that wouldn't happen before closing it. Okay. I don't wear my normal gear. I'll suit up in something new. We all will. masks and everything. Your Villafur Columbus truck isn't exactly unique either. It's the most common moving truck in Night City," he said, rolling his eyes. "And that was done on purpose. It was Jotaro-sama's idea, drive around in a vehicle no one would look twice at," he said, sounding a little sad. "Ugh. Ichi, don't feel bad about that bastard. Well, it works for us. So we go buy some gear first, and then we'll be good to go." "I don't have the eddies for that," Malcolm said outright. "I've been out of work for a few weeks since. Well, since the war and stuff. Not exactly doing great either." Ichi agreed, and I nodded. "Not to worry, chums. This is a business expense, and will come out of the company expense account. I'll pay for it, you can pay me back later, or not. I don't really care. Motoko. I'm not gonna just take dash. I'm not gonna steal from a chewed dash." They both started arguing, but I waved a hand at both of them to shush them. "We'll make 10 times whatever I pay for the gear we need on the loot, and I can't make much just by myself. You guys bring the truck, and the looting experience. So I'll pay for this. You pay with your truck, and Hiromi, I guess, is paying by taking care of the least important stuff." I add right at the end teasingly, as I noticed Hiromi's eyes turn back to normal as her call ended. The fact she kicked me hard in the shin a moment later was totally worth the look of outrage on her face. "Motoko." She snapped at me, making me giggle up a storm as even Ichi and Malcolm started chuckling along. Sorry. You finding buyers is super important." "Find anything?" "Not yet. I was calling my dad for advice." "I hope that doesn't bother you, Motoko. I did tell him what we are doing?" I winced a little, but in the end, shrugged. "I highly doubt a small ripper dock and some scavs will interest your dad at all. So I think we're good." "What did he say?" "He's gonna give me a shard on marketing that I apparently need to study now." She grumbled, glaring at nothing. "But he did give me some advice on who to contact from Arasaka Intel that he has access to. So yeah, we have some options. He suggested I know what I'm selling before I start calling around though." "Great. So we go, clear it out, and then Hiromi can find us buyers. This is gonna be so much fun." I cheered, getting looks from everyone at the table. They just didn't understand why raiding scavs was fun because they were boring and afraid of bullets and stuff. It's fine. More fun for me. Obviously, I wasn't going to rush into this. So even as the sun was going down, we were all heading away from Ho-Oh Club towards a certain little shop I know. We entered in through the front. The guard was still around, the LMG in his hands deadly, but after we entered, he went on to ignore us as I walked up to the little old Asian lady that I had bought my leotards from. "Oh? Back again, and with friends? I need some work done. Or at least supplies. I'm wondering if you can help me out." She looked over the little oval glasses she was wearing at the four of us before beckoned us into the back of her shop. "Let's talk what you need." 3 hours later we were actually getting close to being done. I had paid for a rush job since we were all here and had the time at the moment. Between machines, the old lady's incredibly fast stitching and machine work, and me quickly starting to help out, which surprised her, I got my crew all specced out. Hiromi had even headed out to grab some new boots and supplies for everyone to go along with it. They weren't netrunner suits exactly. More just heavily armored clothing. But they were tight, dark-colored, and looked pretty cool. All of us would even match. I mean, sure, I had considered going for the 3-piece suit look. Can't beat a classic look. But considering only corpos wore anything close to that, we would stand out, and the goal was to try and stand out as little as possible while staying protected. Even if we were in matching clothes. Done. The lady mentioned pulling out a final jacket piece out of the machine, looking it over, and throwing it at Hiromi. With that we were all done. Boots, armored pants, and armored shirt and jacket. It looked pretty generic, but it was armored clothing, and would give us some anonymity. "Thanks, Oba-san." "Bah. Pay me first then thank me. She barked at me with a chuckle as I nodded quickly and did just that. The payment was hefty. I was really lucky I had gotten Regina's eddies, otherwise that would have broken my bank. Now I don't know what you are planning. Nor do I want to. I never helped you. Get out. She ordered, waving at the door, and we all gathered up our leftover clothes and rushed out towards the cars. Hiromi jumped in to ride with me in the Quadra as we all split off. Preparation almost complete. Soon we strike. What are you wearing? June asked as I was standing in the bathroom looking at the mirror, making some adjustments to my new outfit. It's my new secret killer outfit. I found a SCAV den attached to a Ripper dock. We are going to clear the place out and loot it to the bedrock, but we don't want anyone knowing it's us. I told June as I kept working on my stitching. I needed to make sure it fit right. It would be really annoying if not. Okay ninja girl, he said, and I quickly spun around throwing my hands into a ninja hand sign as I did. Neen. I told him seriously. What I had been working on was a face mask, a ninja mask specifically. I had spent a little extra at the old lady's shop and bought some really breathable cloth so I could make it. You look like a dork. What's with the fingers? My secret ninjutsu. Embarrassing. Secret ninjutsu. Motoko kick. I called out rushing towards him, but June knew a bad fight and instead of fighting back turned and ran. My kick missed by a mile, but that wasn't enough to stop me. Secret ninjutsu, burrito throwing knife. Burrito Waruk. June in his haste to flee had left the wrapped XXL burrito on the kitchen counter. I of course made do with my improvised weapon that smacked right into my brother's face as he turned to see what I was doing. Motoko. Ha ha ha. Pretty Princess Ninja Motoko wins a jerk. That of course was the sound of my Borg brother tackling me onto the hard tile of the kitchen. Lesson learned. Leave June's burritos alone, he gets touchy about it. Once I finally fought off the Oni, I had nearly 24 hours before the gig was set to begin. Without any other prep I could get into at the moment. So I pulled out my guitar and started thrashing. Letting all the nervous energy flow into it. Yeah, I was a little nervous. It was one thing being on a gig solo, but even if I wasn't planning on having my chums involved until the end, that still meant they were there. One wrong move and they would get involved trying to help, so I put the energy into the guitar. It was nice. I'll burn it down. I yelled out the last line. Franz Ferdinand isn't usually my taste, but it was an official Cyberpunk song. This Fire was an alright song. I didn't hate it. Plus it fit the energy I was feeling. Rocker Boy skill level up. 1 perk point gained. I caught my breath as I checked my stats. Rocker Boy 5 huh? That was pretty fast, but then again. I was playing song after song whenever I wasn't grinding something else. I think mostly it was my general disinterest in most of the TV shows in the future. They were weird. So I didn't want to watch them. One episode of just about anything was enough for me to burn out on it. But I knew what perk to pick. My biggest problem with music now wasn't song list or playing. It was singing. Listen. I just never really learned how to sing. It's more complicated than just singing along while driving down the road or something, you know? So I picked the perk I had almost picked last time. Siren Song, you control your voice. You can sing. Croon like Sinatra, or rock like Silverhand. You know how to get the most out of your voice. I shivered. Rocker Boy had given me some singing lessons, even if it felt like they fell behind the actual musical knowledge. It was like knowing how to sing a note, and knowing how to sing a song. They weren't exactly the same. I reached up to my throat, swallowing down almost like I had something caught in my throat, but it was just how I was holding the muscles in my throat. I knew how to actually modulate my voice now. How to sing, how to breath and exhale while singing. Hell, I knew how to mimic voices now. That made me blink. Could I? I looked around the room, there wasn't a mirror anywhere, so I hurried to the bathroom, looking at myself in the mirror. A mirror of a mirror. I had mirrored myself in a way. Motoko Kusanagi. A storybook character that I had practically become. Similar eyes, same hair, hell same build, even if mine was meat and not chrome for the most part. Honestly, there were times I forgot that I was basically playing pretend. But was I? It wasn't any different than someone deciding to wear the same clothes as some celebrity, or the same haircut. I just also shared a name, well, and a burgeoning skill set, but that was going to happen anyways. But this? Might be a little too far. If anyone found out, it would be so embarrassing. The net is vast and infinite. I spoke, but it wasn't my voice. Oh no. It was husky and mature, and I could feel my face flush in delight and embarrassment. I cleared my voice and decided I could do it, saying a line I remember from the show. Batu, not more weight training equipment. Blowing your pay is one thing. Oh god, I can't do it. Sexy Motoko voice is too much. I still remember that scene where Motoko makes Batu punch himself. It was one of my favorites. But to be able to literally copy her voice. Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. Sorry, I took your voice for a minute. I'm such a weeb. Omfraggle. I buried my head in my knees for a moment, trying to keep making any more noises of embarrassment. I relaxed my throat, letting my voice go back to normal. Okay. I'm gonna have to put a ban on sexy Motoko voice. That's a secret dangerous skill. What is? Jun asked, having come out of his room at some point as he pulled open the fridge. Nothing. You didn't hear anything. You can't tell. I screamed at him, even pulling up my guitar, which I still had strapped to my hip, and pointed it at him. Would I knock Jun unconscious if he knew? Yes. Yes, I would. He blinked at me as he reached in and grabbed a drink, pulling the can out and popping the tab in one motion before taking a long sip. Motoko. Emuto. You're really weird. He finally said, crushing me in a totally unexpected way. I gaped at him as he walked away. You destroy your little sister's self-esteem and just walk away. Yep. That bastard. Tease me, will he? Fine, I will just have to release my new secret skill. For revenge. I stepped out of the bathroom after him. Waiting for him to be almost into his bedroom when I spoke, but not in my voice. No, the Major's husky words poured forth. Jun, you should be nicer to your little sister. You never know when she's going to grow up. I pointed out, and I enjoyed the way my words affected my brother. First, he had stilled at the unfamiliar voice, searching around until he saw me, and then he was left gaping this time. What the fuck? Aha, Jun boy. Those are naughty words. I told him, still in my sexy voice. Motoko. What the fuck? What's wrong, Jun nii? Is there something bothering you? I asked, my smirking growing wide. Tease me, will he? Make fun of me, will he? I have skills. All of the skills. Motoko, that's super creepy. Is that so? I asked him before reaching up and messing with my throat a little. That's gonna take some getting used to. I told him in my normal voice. Don't do that again. That's creepy. Where did you even learn to do that? What's wrong, Jun? Is your little sister growing up scaring you? Funnily, Jun didn't answer, just sort of throwing up his arms and then pointing at me and shaking his hand in my direction as if saying enough was enough. Sleep tight. I said, returning to my sexy voice, which had Jun swiftly run away. Victory is mine. Now who's weird? Huh. Actually. Messing with my brother with a sexy mature voice. Fuck. I am weird. I muttered. I ended up practicing some songs for another hour or so to see what my new voice could do, before Jun threw a pillow to shut me up. But while I couldn't mimic all voices, I had a pretty large range, and so some songs I could even sing in character. It was fun. But since June was going to sleep, I settled in to do more programming through the night. Like all programmers, I ended up going out and getting some coffee and then piling the coffee table full of old cups as I worked on the keyboard. Motoko. Did you even sleep? June asked as he shuffles out of his room that morning. Not yet. I'll take a nap in a bit. I told him, which wasn't untrue. A good 8 hours would soon be on the horizon, meaning I would be at 100% for the gig. Well, make sure you sleep. You said you were going out on that gig. I can come wide dash. Denied. This is a Motoko crew only thing. It's gonna be a milk run, June. Just some scavs that need to be exterminated. I told him, throwing a thumbs up towards him without looking away from the screen. Plus, if anything goes wrong, Ichi, Hiromi, and Malcolm will be there as backup. Didn't Hiromi crash her bike dash? June. You can't repeat that. I told you that in confidence. I hissed at him, pointing. Besides, Hiromi is like the fixer for this job. She's going to be contacting buyers for the loot. So she doesn't have to fight. I wish you wouldn't pull this shit. But you do have the skill. Take some extra firepower at least. For your chums or something. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll grab some stuff and bring it along. Too bad my HMG was still in rough shape. I really needed to fix that thing. Alright, he sighed, I can't stick around. Call or text me when the gig starts, and then when it's over. If it takes too long, I'll be coming. Okay. I'll let you know. Now get out of here. You got work? Just some stuff with Sensei today. We are removing all the stuff the TC put into the dojo. I blinked before remembering the underground room full of tech, and the Ripper room. I guess it made sense. The place was basically the CNC for the kamikaze. Pulling it out now that it wasn't in use, and clearing up Sensei's dojo made sense. Alright, drive safe. I called out, only getting a grumble in return. I was back to working on ping, trying to get my little addition working when it happened. Intelligence leveled up. I blinked. Level 7. Yes. I cheered as the level up came in. I guess all my programming had finally given me an upgrade. I settled back down, and I did actually notice a difference as I worked. I hadn't been able to really notice a difference between intelligence levels before, but this time? This time, since I was programming before and after, I could pick out the differences. It wasn't that I was just smarter. But I did process information faster. I could look at a cluster of code and process through it that bit faster than I had before. The numbers were able to be calculated just that little bit faster. It was nice. But I pushed that aside. It didn't really change anything. Just made it a little bit easier. So I spent the next hour or so debugging the code. It would work. It was messy. It wasn't clean. But it would make ping a little bit harder to track if I used it on a network. Stretching out, I uploaded the completed program into my Cyberdeck and shut the laptop down. Time for a nap. You all look great. I told the crew as we met up. We were all meeting up at Hiromi's apartment complex. Funnily enough, the security there meant that it was actually pretty safe to gather together in our armored clothes before the gig. Sure, there were cameras, but if you knew anything about Night City, you knew that anyone in a corp isn't going to want records of their coming and going. So the garage was pretty safe. We all met up around Ichi's truck. I was the last to show up, much to my embarrassment. Thankfully, Hiromi distracted me from being late. What's with your mask, Motoko? Hiromi asked, and I smiled as the bottom of my face was covered in a cloth ninja mask. I was pulling a Kakashi. I'm a ninja, Hiromi. Neen. I told her happily. Neen? What the fuck is that? Malcolm asked, just confused, and so was everyone else. And 3/4 of you call yourself Japanese. Disappointed. I tell them all frankly. Now enough about my amazing ninja outfit. Let's go over the plan again, I said, grabbing everyone's attention. I had planned this last night. I had wanted to mess with my friends to work off some of the anxiety. So I coughed lightly into my fist, altering my voice to my sexy Motoko. Attention Section 9. Mission brief begins now. And then I stood there enjoying the lovely chaos. Hiromi's jaw dropped. Malcolm looked utterly confused, looking around as if wondering what the hell was going on. Ichi had a flush crawling up his neck to his ears as she stared at me. Oh? Cat got your tongues? I mocked a little, putting a hand on my hip and cocking it a bit. I suppose I'll have Hiromi. Mutataku. Did you get a voice changer? Your new voice is so sexy. Amazing. Hiromi called out after tackling me, nearly knocking me on my ass as I had to spin her a bit to bleed off her momentum. It's certainly mature. Ichi offered. Is Motoko fucking with us? Malcolm added. I'm not fucking with you. I offered to Malcolm, and I got to enjoy the way his face got a little flushed too as I threw him a wink. I've never heard that voice before. It's pretty good. What's it called? Ichi asked a little too calmly. Well, fortunately for me, it's not a voice changer. I pulled down my ninja mask, showing my unchromed neck. I just learned how to change my voice a little. It's mostly in the chest, breathing differently, to make me a bit deeper and huskier. I offered with a casual shrug. Once you knew the trick, it really was pretty easy. My answer did not in fact calm things. I ignored the many questions from my chums as I coughed into my fist. Let's all settle down now. We have a gig to do, don't we? Malcolm. Ichi, everything settled with the truck? I prompted, cutting through the many questions, and my voice did grab attention. Yeah, I messed with the license plate. As long as we don't run past any NCPD, we'll be fine, and any recordings will have the wrong plate. Excellent. Malcolm, you got the equipment loaded? Yeep. He said, staring a bit but shaking it off. The trolleys and loading tools are all in there ready for us. Hiromi, ready for boredom? Yees. I mean no? She asked, looking a little frazzled as she was still hugging me. I smiled at her and patted her on the head. Good job. I told her and turned towards my car. I have some extra weapons if anyone wants something with a bit more kick. I doubt we will need them, but I would rather you have them just in case. I called out as I pulled away from a suddenly limp Hiromi. Yeah, I'll take something. I only have my normal iron. Wasn't any reason to pick up something bigger during the war. If I got into a fight, I was fucked already. Ichi called out and Malcolm echoed him as I pulled open the side door on the Quadra, showing my collection of shotguns and rifles. The Nakomata was there too, but I was gonna slap anyone upside the head if they went for that. You have to be trained to use a sniper. Hiromi didn't collect anything, but the two boys each grabbed a shotgun. Hey Motoko. Are you gonna use that voice from now on? Hiromi asked quietly, but I laughed, which sounded pretty cool in sexy Motoko voice. No. This was just a little trick I was playing on all of you to calm you all down for the gig. Unfortunately, sexy Motoko voice is going away. I said, relaxing my throat and stretching it a bit with a hand. See? Back to normal. Ah. Hiromi whined, and even Ichi and Malcolm looked disappointed. Of course. The Major's best voice is definitely an amazing voice. I'm almost sorry to go back to my normal voice too. Alright everyone. Section 9. Move out. Section 9? Malcolm asked, and I could see Ichi just shrug out of the corner of my eye. I ignored them of course and climbed into the back of the truck with Malcolm. Hiromi and Ichi were driving, and Malcolm was the one with experience in the back of these trucks. And so we set off. Seriously though Motoko, that voice is pretty preem, especially since you can just switch like that. Malcolm, it's been 10 minutes. Let it go already. I told him. I guess my plan to distract my team went a little too well. Here it is. But seriously, the voice. He whispered to me as we bounced lightly down the road. Just keep focused. I told him as I kneeled down. My recording of the gig started, and as the truck passed across the spot I rolled out of it, landing on my feet, and with a quick jog slowed myself down as I ran up a set of stairs into the alley. I reached the back entrance of the Scav's den in moments. The sun was down. The lights were dim in this area, and no one noticed a lone truck just driving down the street. Itchy would drive around the building parking near the front entrance until he got the call. Until then I was on my own. Looking around and being pleased there was no one around. Not even cameras or anything. A little dead spot. Probably set up like that on purpose, I realized. My eyes flashed as I started scanning. As I slipped inside the door, not even taking a second to get through. It looked like an old chop shop. A busted-up car that was half taken apart stood in the little garage area. Figure scavs would hide in such a place. No sign of them being scavs. Yet. But I already knew. I just wanted evidence on the BD. In fact, the garage bay was empty, both floors, and I made sure to look up checking for cameras and things just to be sure. Nothing. I smiled as I crept up and looked through the windows on the garage. The scavs had a nice little living space. A few were hanging around watching TV, one had a wreath on his head. I would definitely be killing him mid-BD, he was practically begging for it. But not yet. I started counting. Getting my numbers. Unlike previous gigs, I wasn't going to kill as I go. I was going to know exactly how many scavs I needed to murder before I started. They wouldn't know I was here until it was too late. Instead of heading into their living area, I moved to the yellow utility stairs leading to the second floor overlooking the garage area. It also wrapped around leading into a second floor of the living space. No one was here. So it was literally giving me full access to everything they were doing. Following along there was a door I checked. Small storage. Nothing immediately interesting. I continued. Down a hall, to another little room that had the normal interior stairs. Since no one was up here, I checked the door. Another storage closet. Was this place all storage closets? But then I noticed the security access panel on the wall. I closed the closet door behind me as I jacked in. It was a rush. The Sicho was a whole other beast compared to the Paraline. The moment I connected, I could practically smell the lack of a net runner protecting the place, and I broke through the ice in seconds. It was wet. One of the already solved icy walls that I had picked up from Yoko. These idiots hadn't upgraded their security in at least 20 years. With that, I had access to their security net. I also was able to send a ping through the system. Instantly lines of light erupted in my view. 10 scavs? Might as well sleep through this gig. With them all in my sights, I felt extremely comfortable moving around. I traveled across the weird upper level this place had, letting me look down at the stupid skavgonks and their day-to-day. I even zoomed in on one of them playing some game on a laptop. Watching for a minute before he failed a jump and died. Pathetic. I couldn't help but whisper. The radio, TV, and general noise of people on electronics, more than enough to keep my voice hidden. But as I traveled across, I noticed it. There was another set of stairs in the corner behind me. Heading down. I had scoped out this entire area, and there was no scav shit up here. Just scavs. Some of which did have bounties. I could just start killing. No, I instead moved back across the catwalk, finding a space that would work. I jumped down to avoid some of the wandering scavs and reached the basement stairs in a quiet pomp of noise before sneaking in. The stairs led into a broken room, with the plastic strips that were often used in Night City to stop blood splatter. The fact there was a body broken open and ripped apart on the chair was evidence enough of what happened here. Okay. I got confirmation. There was no one down here. Perfect. I slipped over to the body, bypassing it until I reached a computer that was stationed nearby. It took a bit longer to break the ICE on this one. It was newer, but off the shelf, without a netrunner protecting it. It only took me a minute before I was in. While I pushed a shard into the computer setup and started downloading everything. Emails. Connections. I even hacked in and started downloading the OS records. There would be nothing on this computer that I wouldn't have. I was reading the emails, making sure that Charles was the nasty guy I expected him to be. That this wasn't something he was being blackmailed to do. I would still kill him if he was being blackmailed, but I would feel slightly bad about it. But nope. I had read enough to confirm his participation. Then I unplugged. Pocketing the shard. Time to roll. I stalked back upstairs. Thanks to Ping, I already knew where everyone was. 9 scavs hanging around the living room. And Charles the Ripper behind me. Turns out he was hooked into the security net as well. Made sense. But he would be last. First, Gonk died from surprise loss of the ability to breathe through all the blood flooding down his neck. I dropped his body. I didn't need to hide bodies, simply leaving him on the floor where he had been walking towards a table to grab some grub. 500 XP gained. There wouldn't be anyone left to find them soon. Next guy was BD Wreath guy. As was tradition, I took him out just as quickly and moved on. 500 XP gained. Third and fourth died together. They were watching TV like a married couple. I had a spare knife now thanks to a RAF and Shiv member, and my knife and Shiv sunk in and tore free, killing them both in quiet gurgles. 500 XP gained. 500 XP gained. Fifth guy I didn't even sneak up on. He was sitting at a table eating, and I walked right across the room to him. He noticed me only in the last moment, eyes widening before my knife swept through his throat. 500 XP gained. I ignored his fumbled attempts to talk as he fell out of his chair. The noise must have alerted someone as I saw the golden line shift closer to me. I just flipped my shiv and tossed it. The poor number 6 scav rounded the corner, not even armed, just looking around wondering what the noise was when the knife took him in the chest. My second throw took him down instantly. 500 XP gained. Honestly, scavs were so pathetic. Barely any chrome on these ones. The first scav den was more put together than this one. Then, again from the emails I had looked through on the computer downstairs, these weren't the best of the best, just some guys meant to keep an eye on the dock, to do his dirty work. No, I would be searching for their main base once they were cleaned up. But I moved on. 7, 8 and 9 were together as well. Sitting on a couch watching some TV. I thought out my assault in an instant and moved. One knife was thrown as I leaped over the couch, slipping into a poor Gonk's throat. My other hand slammed a knife into the scav on my right, slipping into his trachea. I tore it loose, uncaring about the blood that splattered over me and scav Gonk number 9. 500 XP gained. 500 XP gained. The fact I had landed directly in his lap gave him about a second to start trying to react. Instinct meant he tried to push me off. I rolled with his motion, spinning a bit in his lap until we were face to face. Then he coughed. My knife slipping up and into his chin. His body shook trying to do something as he slowly gagged and choked to death. 500 XP gained. With that done, I sent a text to the crew letting them know to move in. I hurried back through the den downstairs and then up until I reached the door to the doctor's fake Ripper clinic. Then I just walked inside. Malcolm and Hiromi were already inside, and the Ripper wasn't looking too happy with both gun-toting teens. Oh, don't cause a fuss, Charles. We already know you're working with the scavs. I said in my sexy voice to the room. The Ripper spun to face me as I opened the door, looking horrified that I had come up from the basement. My words, and the fact I was coming out of his back room, quieted the room. Oh, and probably the blood. I was covered in a lot of blood. Hey, that's not it. They forced me. The dash. I read your emails, Charles. I assured him. Then before anyone could react, I drew my Lexington and fired. Then I walked over and fired twice more. Always double tap when possible. 500 XP gained. Cold blood skill level up. I closed my eyes and turned off the BD recording. Cold blood level 8. It was now maxed out compared to my current cool stat. Okay guys, you all ready? I asked, turning to my team. Why are you using the sexy voice again? Malcolm couldn't help but snap at me, even if he was looking more towards the dead body. I guess I like it, I said with a smile under my mask. Oh, well, I like it too. Hiromi offered her katana sheathed with a little flourish. She would look perfectly at ease if not for the slight shake to her hands. Alright, let's go through everything. Malcolm, start here, find his cyberware and box it. Hiromi, you're with Malcolm. I'll go help Ichi at the back. Yes, Motoko. Hiromi jumped to it, seeming a little too quick to listen to me. What was with that girl? For once, cleaning up the place went without any issues. I ended up dragging the bodies away from where I killed them all and pushed them into a corner so they wouldn't bother the others, while Ichi ran through the base finding loot and gathering it all up. I did take a small break to grab the scavs laptops laying around. Hopefully I could use a bit of net-running sneakery and figure out another scav den. Honestly, we probably could use more hands next time we did this, but while everyone did start flagging an hour in, I just reminded them that the more we could drag out of here the more eddies we would have in the end. Boxes of cyberware. Computer equipment. Ripper equipment. Bits and bobs from the chop shop that Ichi confirmed would make some eddies if sold. In the end, we filled up the truck with the most valuable stuff and left the stuff that would be harder to sell. We all climbed back into the truck and drove off. I finally pulled down the mask once the back of the truck was down and Malcolm and I were both squished into the loot we had gathered. The boy might be exhausted, but there was a shit-eating grin on his face as he rested back. We stopped at Hiromi's apartment again, all of us relaxing from the gig. Alright, Section 9. I called out once again using my sexy voice, which had an instant effect. Stop doing that. Ichi called back as he blushed a little, but Hiromi elbowed him instantly as she threw me a thumbs up. Malcolm just shook his head at my nonsense. Never. It's far too fun. Excellent work, everyone. Hiromi, Malcolm, did you find anything interesting in the cyberware? Loads of stuff. Malcolm practically exploded. I mean, it sucks, it's all scav chrome, but holy shit, they pulled some preem chrome, Motoko. You're gonna be picking some stuff yourself at this rate. Malcolm and Hiromi's reaction had Ichi and I both looking a little excited. Okay, pull out the box of stuff, let's take a look. Not here, you gonk. Hiromi demanded, shaking her head at me. Let's put the boxes in the cars and drive it out of here first. There are still cameras. She reminded me, and I bowed my head in acknowledgement. True. Let's pull the chrome boxes and load them into our rides, meet up at Vic's. I'm gonna pass. You guys know I don't really need new chrome. My rents would get me whatever I need, Arasaka stuff. You guys, take it. I'm gonna start calling buyers. Just let me know what you don't end up using. Or what you don't sell, to Vic, Motoko. She said, looking squarely at me with a face. Hey. I didn't deserve a face. Besides. Okay, fine, yeah, I was probably going to sell the rest of the stuff to Vic. He deserved to be well stocked, and I know he would do good with this chrome that had a terrible origin. Make up for some of the bad karma of it all. Oh, hey, is that a mantis blade? A Militech infuser? Never heard of it. Malcolm said as he pulled out. They weren't arms themselves, but more like pieces that could be installed in cyberarms. You want them, Motoko? Malcolm asked, looking up at me with a face that was practically sparkling. As much as I might, I'm keeping any installs to small things for now. I told him, shaking my head. Is there any netrunner stuff? I think. Yeah, small box of some old decks by the looks of them. Nothing good. Oh, here you go. He pulled out a small case and popped it open. X-Disk. Nice. I cheered. X-Disk were neural-ware mods that would increase a Cyberdeck's RAM. More RAM. Faster punching through Gonk's security. Yoink. I snagged it away, which he chuckled at as I closed the little case and put it in a pocket. That would go with me to Vic later. Odds and ends. What the hell? These are some absolutely ancient cyber eyes. I'd be surprised if they even connect to everything anymore. Malcolm grumbled as he wiped some dust off the thermos-looking canister. Unless the canister was just used to store it. We'll pop it with Vic and see if it's any good. I reminded him, earning a pleased smile. Motoko. Smart link. Ichi called out, waving it at me. What, don't want it yourself? I asked, but he just looked at me. Only one of us is a crazy solo that clears out entire scav dens on their own. Which means I already don't need it. I tease, but he tossed it at me regardless, and I quickly grabbed it out of the air. Fine, I'll chip it. Should be easy enough with these. I mentioned, waving my hands. I guess it was about time for me to start actually interfacing with my guns. There is still tons more, but I don't know what all of this is. Vix? I asked the boys, and while I got a response from both boys that reminded me of trying to take a bone away from a wild dog. Slowly we gathered everything together, but got sidetracked by Hiromi. Change of plans. She yelled, imperiously pointing at me. You are my bodyguard while we make sales. Then she turned and pointed at Ichi. And you need to drive the truck. Malcolm will be with you holding a shotgun. We can start having fun with the loot soon, but I want to get this over with. I already got a sale for some. Let's go. She called, pointing at my quadra. You already made the sales? I already made some contacts, thanks to your fixer. I was just waiting to know the loot. While Malcolm was loading everything up, I was already putting out feelers. You are allowed to worship my amazingness. She proclaimed, hands on her hips. Yes, almighty fixer. Please allow us to help you sell the loot. Excellent. Let's go. Malcolm. Get that stuff loaded into the quadra. I already know Motoko isn't going to let us sell any of it before her ripper gets first look. Ichi. Secure the truck. I want to get some of this sold off tonight before it gets any later. Ugh. I guess I'm chauffeur and bodyguard girl now. But at least Hiromi stopped barking orders at me. The sales were interesting. Now stop trying to rip me off. You wanted the canisters of flunitrazepam? You pay up for it. She snapped at the ripper that she was selling the loot to. Of course it was only because Hiromi was Hiromi that the guy hadn't turned us away for being scavs or something. This was the third shop we had hit. And she was selling the stuff we had clept. Including the ripper's tools and chair. Apparently Charles had been a naughty boy. He had been making enough eddies with his scoff friends, he had a lot of top-of-the-line stuff. Hiromi was selling it off piecemeal. We had of course stopped at Vic's first, for a surprise sale, and dropped off the boxes of actual cyberware that he had agreed to look through and pick out the choice bits for us, as well as figure out what everything was. He had even paid Hiromi, I mean us. He had paid us for a new diagnostic tool that he liked the look of. Which made me happy. I forced Hiromi to give him a discount though. She had refused at first, but I put on my sexy voice and told her it was happening, and that had stopped any attempts at refusal. Honestly, I had mostly done it to mess with Vic, but I'm glad my mature voice seems to make people listen to me. And then, despite how action-packed it was, it started getting late, and we all decided to call it a night. Ichi took his much emptier truck and would store it securely in a garage that Jotaro had originally bought to do exactly what he was doing, hiding loot. A place to store a truck full of expensive stuff until it was sold off. The money was flowing in, although we were keeping it all together for now until we were ready to divvy it out. It was a good haul, and everyone was super happy. Itchy's money problems would be solved for at least a little longer. Malcolm and Hiromi were happy. And I was just glad my friends were happy. Well, that and 5k XP closer to a level up. I'm home. I called out as I walked inside the apartment. The lights were still on, so I knew June was in. Welcome home. He called out, and I saw his hand wave from his bed as I walked into the bedroom and then into my little room. I peeled out of my new armored suits jacket with a sigh. It was funny, I was so used to wearing my leotard and jeans, that wearing something like this just felt weird. The jacket was tossed onto a dresser and then I peeled myself out of the armored top and pants. Honestly, they were a useful bit of gear, even if the looks were super basic, the sort of brown base, broken up by patches of the gray Kevlar, the only spark to them. They looked super basic. And what kind of merc or edge runner would I be if I wore something like this all the time? I had only picked it up and wore it so my crew would do the same. I wasn't that worried about a few bullet holes, but it was a different story for my chums. Once I was free, I grabbed one of my leotards and slipped into it. Feeling much more comfortable with how free I felt wearing one. Then without bothering to put on any pants I walked back out and grabbed my guitar. I had honestly been pretty bored hanging around as Hiromi sold equipment to fences and rippers. So I really wanted to de-stress. Flopping onto the couch, I kicked my feet up on the armrest of it and just closed my eyes as I started striking some chords. It wasn't any particular song, no lyrics beside my humming, but I let myself relax and move away from the killing and death that made up most of my day. So you hit a scav den that was working with a ripper? Yep. From the emails he would do work on some people, and some people would just disappear. I told June the next morning as we ate breakfast together. Disgusting. He dead? Put a bullet in him myself. I assured him as I chomped into my XXL burrito. It wasn't good, but I was feeling lazy and I didn't want to leave the apartment yet. I would eventually. After school Hiromi was going to try and sell more stuff, but that was later this afternoon. Glad you didn't get hurt. He finally said as he finished his burrito and tossed the wrapper in the trash. They never even knew I was there. I did get another kill with a guy watching a BD though. That never gets old. June snorted at my words and patted my head a bit and I winced before kicking at him. Ow. Stupid chrome gorilla hands, go get some real skin. Do I have to buy it for you? I yelled at him as he dropped his stupid chrome hands a bit too hard on my head. He winced a little as he lifted his hands up. Sorry Amuto. I didn't even think about it. Go see Vic. Moron. Dummy. He'll take care of you. I know you've been avoiding him. Hiromi just sold him some real skin too. Actually, did you know it comes in these weird canisters? Apparently you have to grow it. Well, it expands, I mean. It's weird stuff. I muttered, kinda waving my hands around. Vic had been happy to receive the canisters, pretty cheap. Lot of people that couldn't afford it could use some skin to feel more human. June snorted at my rambling, but he got serious a moment later. Alright. Fine. I'll go see a ripper and get some real skin. He grumbled at me as he rose up and grabbed his jacket. Ah. Good. Go right now. I want a big hug when you come home. Yeah. He mumbled tiredly, obviously done with my teasing. One yeah is enough. I corrected with a laugh as he flipped me off as he closed the door behind him. Huh. What am I gonna do now? I could poke Regina. She had said she would have a gig for me soon, but I wasn't in a rush and she said she would let me know. I didn't really want to go try and track down the next scob base from the info I got out of the den right now. So I guess just lay around? I looked over at my mess of mechanical parts. At my laptop full of programming I was still working on. That seemed like work though. I reached over to grab my guitar and sat up. Music time. I did take a break from music to do some more programming, But funnily enough, while listening to the radio, a song came on that I liked, and I ended up grabbing my guitar and playing along. I fell into a habit. I was listening to the radio, and whenever a song I liked came on, I would sing along and play with it. Of course, I would switch over to different stations. It was kinda hard to play electronic music on my guitar after all. Which is part of the reason I wanted my music box to be programmed. I did have a lot of projects on my hands, but I was having fun, so that's all that matters. Of course, I was in the middle of singing along when the front door suddenly burst open. I looked. Hiromi looked back. I looked. Hiromi grinned. Hiromi! I yelled at her as I swiftly tried to hide the guitar from her as she pounced on me. Motoko! She yelled back in delight as she started laughing at me. I wasn't blushing. It was just embarrassing. No one besides June was supposed to know. Hiromi, you need to learn to knock. How could I? I heard my Motoko out in the hall, singing her heart out. I had to rush in and see. She proclaimed as she continued hugging me as I tried to peel her off and put the guitar away. I quickly glanced over at the radio, and it shut off with a quick thought. Ah. Motoko. Finally managing to put the guitar on its stand, I reached down to the giggling girl and put both hands on her cheeks, forcing her to meet my eyes. You saw and heard nothing, I told her firmly, even using my sexy voice. She just grinned. That meant she agreed. Right? You should have heard it, Ichi. It was Supreme. Motoko was totally jamming out standing on her couch. No one will find any of your bodies, I promised as I continued to hide my face against Ichi's truck. The cool steel just barely kept me from overheating. She had promised not to tell anyone. She tried to make me promise not to tell, but I mean. Come on. Of course I will. Death. I whispered. Motoko, when did you start playing the guitar? I don't think you did before the coma or anything. Malcolm asked, ignoring Ichi and Hiromi, both trying to embarrass me more. It's all Hiromi's fault. What? How? You made me sing during the Nomad barbecue. I realized I wasn't any good at it, so I decided to start practicing. Wait. Motoko, did you really get so embarrassed about your bad singing during the barbecue that you secretly went out and bought a guitar to learn some music? Hiromi asked, suddenly staring at me with her big old green eyes. It wasn't a secret. June knew. Motoko. You are the cutest ever. She whispered, barely hiding the massive grin behind her hands. No. I denied, but Hiromi was soon sage, nodding at me, Ichi joining in. The jerk. You got so embarrassed about singing you went and bought a guitar to learn and practice? Ichi asked for a moment. Cute. I'm dangerous. Not cute. I demanded, stomping my foot to prove my danger. It didn't work. You weren't that bad at singing, Motoko. You didn't have to get so cute about it. Hiromi said, and I frowned. I'm not bad at singing. You weren't really great either, Motoko. Hiromi offered gently as she walked over and threw an arm over my shoulder, but it's cute, you have a weak point. Weak point? Me? Never. Weak points are where you get hit for massive damage. I refuse. I walked over to the quadra and popped the door, and after a moment it was on the radio blaring to life. And then right in front of my crew, I started belting out the song alongside the radio. A minute later, as the song came to an end, I was breathing a little heavily. My face was absolutely bright red, but my chums were all staring in shock. That was actually pretty preem. Holy shit. Malcolm said, looking at me in a bit of shock. Motoko. When what? You didn't know how to sing like a week ago. What happened? Hiromi asked, marching forward and grabbing my arms and shaking me a bit. I learned. I realized I didn't know how to sing at the camp, so I made sure to spend some time learning. Turns out, I'm pretty good at music in general. I just needed some practice. I told her. Lying my ass off. Thank you, gamer system. I would be a talentless hack without you. Please forgive me for not telling anyone about your wonder. Ugh. Hiromi coughed like someone had just punched her in the chest as she took a few stuttered steps back until she hit the truck. How can she be so perfect at everything? Itchy. Don't look at me, Hiromi. I've grown completely used to Motoko making me look like a gonk at everything. He said, sighing as he walked over and joined her beside the truck, both of them just sort of staring off into nothing. Hiromi at the ground, Itchy at the roof. Rude. I muttered to myself. I don't know Toko. This is kinda crazy. Malcolm spoke up, still standing beside me as he looked over our chums. I mean, it's one thing to be good at fighting. Or sneaking. Or singing, but you were just good at all of them. I just practice a lot. I argue, feeling awkward, that I was basically cheating in my ability to learn new things. Besides, we aren't here to pick apart Motoko's hobbies. I remind them, pointing at the truck. We are here to make some eddies. She's right. Itchy agreed, coming back to reality at the mention of money, as he stopped staring at the ceiling like a zombie. Alright, Section 9, on your feet, let's get this taken care of. Hiromi, that means you. He said. Eh. I couldn't help but gasp out as I pointed at Itchy. What did you just say? I demanded, shocked. Section 9. It's what you called us yesterday, remember? Itchy said, and then to my horror. He smiled. You're teasing me. I don't know what you're talking about. Come on, Section 9. Let's get moving. He called out, and the traders all followed after. My chums. Betrayal. Hey, you can't use that. Section 9 is. It was just a joke. Nope, we all decided. Section 9 it is. Come on, Motoko, load up. Hiromi needs to show up in a preem ride to make the sales. He reminded me as Hiromi already settled into my quadra. My chums were teasing me. I slipped into the quadra as Itchy and Malcolm started driving off, literally ignoring me as they left. You guys are being mean. I complained to Hiromi as I started following. Is a little teasing too much? Well, now you know how we feel after you keep changing your voice. Hiromi mentioned, poking me in the side. I thought it was cool. It was very cool. Yes, but don't tease us if you can't handle getting teased back. She said, reaching up and pressing a finger against my cheek. Where did you even get Section 9 from anyways? Some TV show or something? New? I denied. Nailed it. For some reason, my denial didn't seem to convince Hiromi though. Gonk. I pouted and refused to say anything else about Section 9 as we drove to another ripper that was willing to buy some stuff. And that's it. Great job. Hiromi called out as the last box in the truck was dumped off at the foot of a ripper and we were finally done. Yes. Who? I cheered, jumping into the air a little. We had done it. Sold our loot. It actually felt like something an adventurer would do after clearing some goblin cave or something. I mean, sure, scavs aren't exactly goblins. Mostly. But it was the feeling it gave. Payday. Malcolm cheered, hand out and flat towards Hiromi, giving her a cheerful look. She scoffed and rolled her eyes. Not here, you gonk. Come on, let's go to Motoko's place and we can split the eddies. She said, ignoring Malcolm's whine for money as she climbed back into my quadra. Wait, why are we meeting at my apartment? Itchy lives with his grandmother. Malcolm has his parents, and we aren't going to my place. Hiromi answers simply. Sounds good to me. I agree. The boys both say with a grin as they jump into the truck and start driving away. Why did everyone just drive off on me? Bullying gonks. I huffed but got in my quadra and started driving home. I hope June wasn't home. So the split is completely even. Each of us gets 25%. I doubt anyone is unhappy with the number? Hiromi asked as she passed us a pretty hefty chunk of change each. My own bank account was grateful, and it was more than I would have made doing 3 gigs for Wakako. This was amazing, Malcolm said as he flopped back onto the floor of my apartment. We were all sitting around the living room table. Ichi and Malcolm both on the floor while Hiromi and I had the couch. Malcolm, that floor isn't super clean, you might not want to lay back like that, I said, unable to not mention the dusty floors. Listen. I still remember how dirty it was when I was doing push-ups, and neither June nor I had really done any cleaning outside of fixing up our messes. Okay, mostly me picking up tech or guns laying around, but the point still stood. Yeah, it's kinda dusty down here, Ichi cut in, then shaking his head as Malcolm dusted himself off a bit. Either way. Motoko. Hiromi. Malcolm. Thank you. I was really hurting for eddies, and I couldn't have made anything like this much in such a short amount of time. Motoko. You still pay better than any other boss I've worked for. Thanks. I grinned at Ichi's sincerity as he bowed his head a little, but Malcolm spoke first, throwing an arm over his friend's shoulder. Anytime, Chim. I needed some cash too, I gotta admit, other than the terror and chance of death, which we already dealt with during the war. The pay is certainly better. When are we doing this again? I blinked. My crew all looked to me, and I realized what they wanted. I mean, I have the computers that the Scavs and the Ripper were using. I'll start digging and see if there is any info on another den, I offered with a shy shrug. Oh. I'll reach out to my contacts, because I have those now, and see what I can find out. Hiromi offered, putting both of her hands on her hips and flipping her hair a bit as she looked all pleased with herself. She seriously looked like her mom right there. I decided I wasn't going to mention that. Well, I'll call up some of the TC guys I worked with during the war. I'll see what they say. Ichi offered, looking happy to be involved. Oh, fuck all of you. I don't have any cool contacts, Malcolm said as he slumped over the table. Don't worry, Malcolm, not everyone is good at gathering information. Why don't you see Vic and get some upgrades? I'll probably do that sometime soon too. Yeah, I can do that. It'll be preem to actually have some real chrome. I mean, mantis blades, you know. We all laughed as he started swinging his arms around as if he was using the blades. We ended up just kind of hanging out, sorta mini celebrating a job well done when June finally came home. Which of course distracted me completely. Gasp. I yelled out as I looked at June, and he rolled his eyes at me. I said I was going to Vic's, he said, and it was true. His arms looked mostly real now. Hug, I demand as I jump up and clamber over Hiromi as June sighs, but gives in and wraps his now fleshy arms around me. Much better. Did Vic give you a checkup as well? How's the chrome? He did. Better. He did a good job, settled some issues I didn't even know I had. You were right. Don't let it go to your head, he mutters, and I just giggle happy that Vic took care of him. Looking good, June-ni, Hiromi offered with a wink, and June rolled his eyes at her flirtations. Thank you, Hiromi. Good to see you too. Doing something new with the hair? Well, the mohawk wasn't me anymore. She demurred a bit as she ran a hand through her hair. Her hair was growing out everywhere, but she still had the long mohawk laying sideways. It looked good even so. Hiromi was one of those girls that always looked pretty no matter what she did. Ichi, Anne. Malcolm, right, he said, and the boys nodded at their name. What are all of you doing? Celebrating, Malcolm called out, cheering a bit as he raised his drink into the air, and Hiromi reached over to clink her can with his. It wasn't alcohol, but we were having fun regardless. Oh, good news on the sales? Yeah. With Hiromi's help we made lots of eddies. I cheered, showing June just how much we had all made. He smiled and patted my head, looking proud of me. Yes. A few hours later I was resting on the couch. Everyone had headed out, probably to spend their newly found eddies. June had claimed the TV and was watching some weird-ass future show that I just couldn't understand why he liked it. Part of me wanted to do some more music, but even I wasn't a brat enough to do that while June was in the middle of his show, so instead I grabbed the shard I had downloaded all of the SCAV data to, and started going through it. I hadn't just stolen the SCAV's emails, but the computer's history as well. So as I sorted them out, I started looking for anything that would lead to more SCAVs. As I buried myself searching through the data for something I could use, time flowed past me. In the end I came up with nothing. No emails to Charles about who the boss was, or where I could hunt him down. In fact, it was almost as if the SCAVs had purposefully kept any connecting info to another den off the systems. Irritating. Ugh. I groaned as I leaned back away from the laptop. That was a good couple of hours wasted. What's wrong? June asked, although he didn't tear his eyes away from the TV. Just went through all the computer records the SCAVs had at the den, trying to hunt down a lead to find more of them. Not that easy. One thing they are good at is keeping to themselves. They can't ever get enough power in one area to hold territory or anything, but it makes them impossible to remove. Yeah. I grumbled, as I reached over and closed all the files I had been burning through. Instead, I closed that laptop and grabbed my ICE laptop. Plugged in and started burning down the ICE instead. At least with this I could make progress. And in fact I made quick progress. My new cyber deck was amazing. The ICE was still there. The task was just as hard as always, but I had so much more flexibility. More speed. I really had been needing an upgrade for a while. I was forced to admit to myself as my speed of cracking ICE more than doubled, simply because of how much faster my deck was. The next day I was bumming around the apartment again. Mostly mixing up my grind between playing some random song that I remember from before or trying to get my programming all fixed up. I had also checked through the alerts for the SCAV den. Other than the XP, I hadn't paid any attention to what else I had earned. I really should have, because one of the alerts wasn't just an XP notification but an actual level up. Reflex leveled up. Reflex 7. I was in shock. I hadn't even realized such an important stat had leveled. Awesome. Unfortunately, since my blade skill had already been maxed out, I hadn't gotten any blade alerts, but still. Reflex. I could update my handgun skill again. I was so proud of myself I almost ran out of the apartment to go shoot things before remembering that I was taking it easy-ish today. Only minor stuff on my to-do list. I had sent a text to Regina asking for info about the holdup on the gig, but all she had sent back was that it was taking a bit longer than expected. So I had been sending texts out to people between grinds. Hiromi was back in school. Ichi was free, but he was following through on his idea. Speaking to some of the old-timers he knew about SCAV hideouts. But it was Nox that I was texting with the most. Turns out he had finally hit the point where he was making more eddies than he had put into the project. That was cool. It was still nothing to what I made on a gig alone, but the BDs were getting around out there. Which reminded me, I had a few more BDs for Judy, including the Ichi one, which I needed to get made to give to Malcolm and Hiromi. Deciding to get out of the house, I got dressed and headed over to Lizzie's. To my relief, as I pulled into the parking lot, Rita was hanging around outside. I parked and hurried over, waving a bit as I approached her, earning a quirk of her lips in return. Hey Motoko, doing alright? Yep. Hey Rita. I wanted to say, thank you. I said when I got close enough to talk quietly with the Mox. Your advice was really good. I ended up finding a new relaxing hobby to do in between all my merc work. So. Thanks. Oh, well, I'm glad. she said, looking pleased at my words, her smile turning completely genuine. I'm glad I could help. What have you started doing? I flushed a little at her question, scratching at the ports on the back of my head as I hesitated, but if anyone deserved to know it was Rita. I started playing music, I picked up a guitar, and I sing a bit, I guess. Just don't tell anyone. I said seriously, and she giggled. Actually, giggled at me. Deal. I won't say a word. You any good? Well, I'm getting there, I guess. I offered, dancing back and forth a little on my feet. Which seemed to make Rita even more amused. Then you'll have to play something for me sometime. But no rush, you here to see Judy? She asked, and I nodded, reminded of what I needed to do. Yeah, I have some BDs to drop off. More gigs? I looked around a bit to make sure no one was listening in. My chums and I hit a scav den a few days ago, cleared the whole place out too. Rita scowled at hearing about the scavs, but then smirked at the rest. Good. Fucking scum suckers. You all alright? Oh yeah, it was easy, only 10 of the guys, I took them all out without them even realizing, easy. I waved off the concern. As if I was in danger from a couple of scavs. She looked me over for a while before nodding. Well, it's good to hear there are a few less of them in the city. She reached out and patted my shoulder, looking proud. Ack. Too many people being proud of me. We chatted for a few more minutes about Rita dealing with gonks that needed to be thrown out of the club before I headed inside to find Judy. Judy. I called out as I entered, making sure to make noise long before I walked into her lair. I didn't want to startle her again. Huh? Oh hey Motoko, how are you? She asked as she looked away from the computer she had been staring at as I entered. As always, she looked like she lived down here, with her desktop covered in cans piling up. Not too bad. I have some BDs to drop off, and I wondered if I could ask for a favor about a small BD edit. What did you mean? She had turned around from her computer, giving me her complete attention. I couldn't help but smirk a bit at the thought of what she was going to see. Okay, so I have this BD one made about a prank I pulled on a friend. Walking out of Lizzie's a few hours later, I was still giggling at the BD in my pocket, even if my wallet was lighter. Judy was more than willing to do a BD edit for like a minute longer too, but it wasn't free. I shrugged. It was good enough. Now I could torment Itchy. Hey Mr. Stud. That's never going to get old. I muttered to myself as I drove home, still giggling. Judy had also been given the Scav Denver 2 to fix up and hand to Knox. Well, that little job was done. Considering how close I was, I considered heading over to Yiba Tower and talking to Regina, but in the end she would contact me with a gig. If she didn't want to give me gigs, it wasn't a problem for me. I wasn't hurting for eddies. No, instead I headed towards my favorite ripper. After everything Vic had gone through the chrome we had dropped off and found a few pieces that I had put away. I don't think I was ready for all of it, but there were still a few little updates I wanted to chip in. I stopped in to see Misty, of course. We had a fun conversation about some article she was reading in her magazine about the net and souls. But then I went down to Vic. Oh? Finally ready for those upgrades, huh? Yeah, but first, I demanded as I stomped up and pulled Vic into a big hug. Thanks for helping my brother. I told him, and he looked a little flustered as he patted me on the shoulder. You know, there isn't any reason to thank me. I didn't do anything most other rippers couldn't do. It was special to me. I told him, simply ignoring his attempts to break free until I was satisfied my thankfulness was understood. Then when I broke away, I moved over to his ripper chair and settled in. Let's do this. The Smart Link system took only a few moments to install. My Condor arms were designed to accept one after all. But the X-Disc was a bit more of a job. Vic put me out as he was dealing with my neural link, but I woke up feeling perfectly fine. Just with a new piece of metal in my head that gave me some more RAM for my net deck. Is it working? I couldn't help but ask, as I didn't feel any different, and Vic just chuckled. You won't notice much yourself, it mostly boosts your net deck. Just keep an eye on your RAM usage while you're out and you should notice a difference. How's the head? Any headache? The neck? Sometimes the headache shows as a stiff neck. He suddenly asked as he rolled over with the inhaler and prompted me to take a hit. No? I feel fine. Nothing seems wrong. I said, checking my head and neck. Usually you'd have something after an install like that. Noticed you weren't having a problem with your Cyberdeck install last time either. I don't expect the Smart Link to cause any problem, but a new NeuroWear is usually a quick road to a headache for a few days even with my care. Vic muttered as he started running scanners over my head and seemed to be checking me out. I quickly pulled up my status page while he worked. First thing I noticed quickly was that my cyberization number had gone up for intelligence. Intelligence 711, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. It used to only be increased by 2. So I guess the EX disk made a difference? But also, Arasaka Smart Link System. Adaptation Smart Link 0/0. Arasaka X Disk Adaptation X Disk 0/0. Neither of the two cyberware had an adaptation cost? I could only hum to myself as Vic worked on checking me out, but I felt fine. Better than fine, really. Eventually, after taking all the scans, like literally all of them, Vic let me go. He was relieved that he wasn't finding anything, but also sorta grumpy that he wasn't finding what he expected. So I left him to his grumpiness, but only after thanking him and handing over some money for the work. Then I went home again. I was feeling the need to grind some more. Plus, I really wanted to level my programming so I could make my music box idea work. Even if it was stupid and just for my music hobby, it would be really cool if it worked. No. When it worked, I hummed along to the radio as I drove home. So I was taking a break from programming ping. Instead, I had pulled out my toy. I mean my very important directional microphone. That was for super important gig work. And not a toy. But I was trying to program the damn thing. All I was trying to do was get it smart enough to be able to focus the audio on what I wanted to hear, and filter out any background noise. Programming is hard though. I wasn't making much progress, at least not efficient progress. Everything I typed out was twigging my debug knowledge telling me it was going to be a mess to work with. But that didn't really matter. I just needed to keep grinding and eventually programming skill level up. That would happen. Programming 4. I enjoyed the surge of knowledge as I nodded along, considering what had just been dumped in my head. Then I took the program for the mic I had been working on and deleted almost all of it. Yep. It was dog's hit. Then I started again, using the best bits of the last build. I would get this to work. Will never fade away. I crooned as I had taken a break from my programming to strum my guitar and sing. I wasn't so much stuck on the programming as just needing to let my mind do something else for a while. So many numbers. Plus with my 2 perks filling in for me, I could basically shut down my brain and play a song and not really have to think about it. Letting my brain cool down from the math overload. 100 Rockerboy XP gained. The message popped in after I finished the song. I couldn't help but smile because Rockerboy leveled up super fast. Even though I wasn't getting alerts after every song, or even every other song, it didn't really matter. I played the song simply enjoying the music and the alerts came in. Plus it helped that I kept adding more and more to my play. First it was just strumming and singing badly along, then my instrumental cleaned up, and now I have Siren Song. My voice was so much better, so I was actually singing smoothly. It was fun now. I didn't feel like a grind anymore. When I played it really was just because I wanted to hear the song. The only thing that annoyed me was that I only had a guitar. I still needed to get my music box programmed so I could start doing the rest of the songs too. I sighed as I put the guitar down. Back to work. The next day, long after June had left for work again, I was standing on the couch and screaming at the top of my lungs while I rocked out. I was just a little irritated at the programming not coming together. But at least I had a nice outlet. The squeal of my guitar echoed around the apartment as I finished the song and flopped onto the couch to catch my breath. I don't know. More things to tweak, more programming to grind with. My microphone work had helped, but it wasn't enough. I either needed to get an example of someone already having programmed a directional mic, or I needed to level up a lot more. It was irritating. Even if I was still getting skill alerts while failing. I put the guitar on the stand and stood up. The music helped me break how stuck I was, so now I had an idea. It was time to go talk to Yoko. Suiting up in my normal outfit, and a quick drive later I walked into the Dewdrop Inn to see Yoko as always at the counter. Yoko. I just got an upgrade to my deck, I need some quick hacks to fill it up. Whatcha got? I asked as I leaned over the counter and she nodded. Here's my selection. She offered, pulling out a data pad and handing it over, and there listed out were all of the programs she had. In this case, she was actually selling them for eddies, but I noticed there was a second tab for better hacks that were only tradable with knowledge. Luckily, I had the eddies. So I quickly started browsing. Most of it was just stuff from the game I recognized, although there were some different hacks. Some were meant only for net running. Like ICE Shield, which could create a temporary barrier against threats, hopefully giving you some time to jack out, or escape in the net. Or Distract, which created, well, junk data demons. That would spread out through a system and try to interfere with everything, filling files with bad data. But I wasn't looking for net running code. Mostly because I had yet to really dip my feet into net running. It wasn't that I was nervous or anything, I just didn't really need it. Most netrunners couldn't just infiltrate a building and breach into their network directly bypassing any real worry about Black IC killing them or anything. I'll take a weapon glitch and a reboot optics, I said confidently. Both were pretty base-level programs, but I could fiddle with them, and more importantly, they could both be used in combat when I screwed up and got spotted. Being able to jam some gonks' guns, or blind them, would be an amazing help. I paid quickly and was already installing the programs in my deck as I walked out. Now I had some new programs to play with and level up. I decided to spend the rest of the day playing around with my new quick hacks, but I still had my chums messaging and chatting with me throughout the day. Hiromi was mostly complaining about school, but she had put out some feelers to her new contacts about any SCAV info. Ichi hadn't found much from the old TC guys, but they had apparently liked his gumption to clean up the scavs, and Ichi told me that they would start asking around. Malcolm was just enjoying having some eddies, and his parents were super happy with him coming home with thousands of eddies for a job. After they fussed and worried he had done something the NCPD would arrest him for anyways. Well, that and showing off his new mantis blades. Seriously, he kept sending pictures of him posing with them every half hour. It was funny, but a little embarrassing. But I was once more distracted happily with a new program to work on. I started with Weapon Glitch, mostly because being able to mess with someone's weapon in a fight was an automatic I win button. And I wanted to make sure I knew how to use it, and defend against it if needed. So I dug into the code, and instantly started figuring out how the program works, and how badly coded it was. Another mess of programming. Although in this case I noticed something interesting. It was purposefully coded badly. The idea was so weird it took me hours of double-checking before I was convinced. Unlike Ping, which was a rather simple program, and was just an extension of net infrastructure. Weapon Glitch had obviously been designed by someone really smart to specifically do what it said. But if I used my old metaphor for programming being the design of weapons, someone had created a magical super sword for themselves, and then started making some lesser copies to sell around. The only reason I noticed it is because of all the experience noticing bad code thanks to debug. There were sections of really smooth code in the program. Stuff that I didn't have a chance of copying myself, but then they would be hampered with really horribly written code that forced memory leaks, or loops in the process. So while I doubted I could reach the equals quality yet, I definitely could fix some of this nonsense. The fact the program used so much RAM to activate could easily be lowered with a few fixes. And that is when I realized what the original must have looked like. A program that could be used multiple times in a row to completely disable the weapons of an entire group. Instead of using a ton of RAM to disable a single weapon. Yeah, I wanted me one of those. But the thought of walking into a group of gonks and just wiping their ability to shoot at me in a glance was pretty cool. So I settled in to get to work. And very quickly, I started getting XP alerts. A new program and problems to fix? Yeah, that was all working towards a grind. I was a chunk through the next level to programming when I took another break when June came home seemingly in a rush. Barging in, having obviously been moving fast. "Motoko. Get dressed," he said suddenly as he stood by the door, and I looked away from the laptop screen I had been staring at for the last half-dozen hours. "Eh? What's up, June? There's a party. You're invited. Come on," he said, simply nodding his head towards my room as he rushed right past it into his own room, and I could hear him grabbing some junk. "Party?" I called out curiously, wondering what June was on about. "It's a big party to commemorate the end of the war. 6th Street agreed to the ceasefire completely. So it's over. Kamikaze are invited. And Fujimura-sama asked me to invite you as well." He offered, and I had to blink a bit at that. Did I want to go to a TC party? No. Not really. Did I care if Fujimura invited me? No. Not really. June must have seen the look on my face, because he smiled. He had something planned for sure. There will be food. Good food. Just come, you don't have to do anything. Just enjoy the food. Even if you don't want to be with the tiger claws anymore, you are still one of us. I blinked. June, you sneaky bastard. You were trying to improve my opinion of the TC by having me eat their food. I mean, it was sneaky enough to work, but I doubt it will change my opinion of the gang. Fine, but only because free food sounds kinda preem. I agreed, and June smiled a little as he nodded, reaching over and fluffing my hair, which, considering he had on real skin, actually felt kinda nice. Oniai-chan head pats were pretty good. Let me get cleaned up, I told him, waving his hand away. I couldn't just let him think I liked it when he patted my head after all. I would have to mess with him soon to make sure he understood. But I got dressed in my normal clothes and followed June out into the night. What could go wrong? And this is my sister Motoko. June introduced me to another high-up TC guy. Seriously, I had seen so many Yakuza wannabes, they were all flowing together into one super Yakuza. But none of that mattered. Sushi. Okay, coming to the party was a good idea. I stuffed another cent sushi into my mouth, despite June trying to introduce me to someone. Because fuck them. But sushi tasted good. The Yakuza guy nodded to me, but turned back to focus on June. No one that June had mentioned to me had even taken a second look at me so far, which was good. Because I was far more interested in the snack bar. Which is a way to say I was basically just camping it, forcing June to stand awkwardly next to me as I snacked. He didn't have to. I told him he could go hang out in the party, but he was acting kinda skittish. Apparently all of these Yakuza types were important and powerful or whatever. I didn't care. Free sushi. But it wasn't just TC guys hanging around. There was a detachment of 6th Street soldiers hanging around as they chatted with the TC leaders. This was a party to celebrate an end to the open conflict between the gangs after all. Open conflict anyways. Of course the gangs would still happily kill each other in the dark and deny responsibility. But overall it was boring. The party was taking place in one of the skyscrapers in Japantown. Apparently, it acted as a club that the TC owned when it wasn't in use by the gang. Of course tonight was a private event. Kusanagi. Kusanagi. A familiar voice spoke up interrupting my snack, and Jun was already offering a bow. Fujimura, to my surprise, looked a bit different. He had definitely lost some chrome. He gave Jun a nod in return before looking towards me. Dang it, he actually wanted to talk to me, didn't he? I sighed internally as I finished chewing my sushi and swallowed. How's it going? It's a shame the war ended when it did. He suddenly said out of nowhere. If you had been dragged into a few more battles, they wouldn't be ignoring you. They'd be seeking you out for their own benefit, like they do your brother. He said, suddenly surprising me as he looked around and took in the people around us. I like it this way. It would be annoying to be bothered by them. I mean, I get to stand here and eat sushi, so it all works for me. I offered with a shrug. He snorted unhappily. You don't have the burn for more. You lack of ambition. Disappointing. Kusanagi, try to drag your sister into her potential. It would be a waste if she simply wallows as she is. Fujimura says to my surprise. It was a backhanded compliment, but a compliment all the same. What a weird guy. Yes, Fujimura-sama. Jun agrees, but I know my brother pretty well at this point. He was agreeing just to agree. But Fujimura wasn't entirely done. He turned to me again and gave me a long look over. Girl. I'm no fool. You may wish to separate from the tiger claws. I've seen many like you. Thinking that they don't need the tiger's protection anymore. It won't matter in the end. Someday, you will find yourself in need of friends, and we will still be there. Perhaps then you will remember who truly are on your side. Then he just walked away. I decided to just stuff more sushi in my mouth. Crazy cyberpsycho TC leaders talking nonsense at me. I don't feel great. I muttered to Jun as I walked out of the bathroom. I warned you to stop eating so much sushi. You made yourself sick. He told me without a hint of sympathy as he led me back into the ballroom where the party was taking place. It wasn't my fault. The sushi was so good. But now my stomach was really not happy with me. Okay, it was my fault. I'm adult enough to accept that I literally ate myself sick. Come on, we can leave early and head home. Yeah. Sorry, Junie. I muttered, struggling not to puke. Okay, definitely my fault. Stupid Motoko. Real stupid. But it was so tasty. I shook that thought away my stupid brain, not knowing when enough is enough. Jun guided me through the party, and apologized to a few of the TC higher-ups as we passed. Jun covering for me, saying I just wasn't feeling well, and not that I made myself sick by eating too much. Eventually, we entered the elevator down to the garage at the same time as another of the big TC guys. Honestly, I could see the neon Yakuza tattoos crawling over his suit up the back of his neck and across the back of his hands. He spoke to Jun while his date, a beautiful neon goddess that was definitely a doll, fussed over me. I could literally see the doll chip cyberware starting just behind her ear going down her throat. The gold engravings glinted against her pale skin. It was pretty, if you know the fact it was literally a pseudo-mind control thing didn't make it kinda disgusting. Although I was pretty sure it was the woman in truth and not the programming as she hummed over my back and even gave me a little back rub as I rested my head against the cool chrome of the back of the elevator. Ugh, too much sushi. Stupid Motoko, acting like a child and overeating. Dumbass. The elevator stopped with a jolt and the four of us walked out. Jun guided me along as the TC guy and the doll both left arm in arm, an expensive-looking car pulling up for them with a beep. Which is when everything went wrong. I felt it. That sense shooting up my spine. Danger sense. A glint in my periphery. The smell of blood. A noise of a heavy footstep on concrete. Too heavy to be normal. Down. I screamed and kicked out Jun's knee, so we went tumbling, just in time to avoid the barrage of machine gun fire above his head. The TC guy was also lucky. The moment I screamed out, he had moved, jumping into the car with the instincts of a man who had heard screams to move before. And it had saved his life. The poor doll wasn't as lucky, she went down with a cry and the splattering sound of meat. An LMG was pumping rounds towards us, aiming to kill us all. No, I realized thankfully, aiming for his target. The TC leader, who was now hiding inside his car and trying to get it started even though his car was getting hammered with bullets. But June was going to get up soon, and no doubt June and I would be a target the moment we did. Everything went slow. My mind focused. I only had one chance to survive this. June only had one chance to survive this. My mind blazed, my eyes burned. I attacked. It had been a long time since I had done any quick hacking, and never with an offensive program like this. I could barely see the man himself, just his hulking outline as he fired from the shadows of the garage, right next to a car that had an open trunk. The fucker had been in the trunk of a car. Probably just sitting and waiting for his target. Smart fucker. But in just a moment I was done. His ICE resisted, but it only lasted a few moments before I was in. His LMG suddenly sparking as its electronics shut down, causing a jam in the receiver as it tried to double load a round. Stupid June. He was still holding on to me, not realizing the attack was over. And the moment it took me to try and push him away was too long. Because I had quick hacked him, no way he didn't realize I had been the one to shut down his toy. I looked up just in time to see the attacker just appear in front of us. Fucking Sandovies. I didn't even get a chance to quick draw before he laid into June and I with a kick. No, it wasn't a kick. A kick would just hurt. This was like being struck by a moving vehicle. We were sent flying. While in the air, I had a moment to be happy that June was mostly okay, since he was mostly Borged as well, even if he got rocked into the concrete wall beside the elevator. I, on the other hand, was 90% squishy meat, even if I had desperately tried to block the kick with my arms. I went flying down the garage, rolling along the concrete. The fact he had kicked me in the stomach meant I had left a trail of my previous meal all across my path. Gross. I gagged and choked once I landed, blood joining my meal on the concrete. Fuck, that hurt. June was getting back on his feet, looking more pissed off than I had ever seen him. I groaned as I wiggled my toes, confirming my back wasn't broken, just my insides, as I forced myself up. Fuck this guy, and fuck this night. The Borg's target was obviously the TC leader, who was doing his best to get his car moving to escape this assassination. June attacked him, because of course he did. Despite not having his katana, June was relying on his gorilla arms, slamming a fist into the Borg's side to keep him from reaching into the car to grab the TC guy with his utterly massive hands. Fuck, this guy was as big as Maine. Like anime big. Easily 7+ feet tall, and absolutely beefed out. This wasn't just some random fucker. This was an edgerunner level cyberpunk. Fuck. June and I were in the middle of this. But fuck this guy even more for trying to kill us. The noise of the car finally starting changed the battle. The edgerunner was distracted. Barrier was drawn even as Borg guy punched June back, and then with an almost casual swipe of his arm, he literally knocked the car off its wheels and onto its side. The rear wheel spinning helplessly as it was no longer able to escape. But his attack thankfully opened him up to me. June was out of the way and the fucker was extended. Barrier barked, and edgerunner went from completely ignoring me to focused entirely on me as a massive hole was punched into his back. He shifted and I fired again and again, but to my frustration they all missed. He had activated his Sandy after my shot and literally ducked and dived around the shots. Okay, speedwear was on the list of stuff pissing me off now. I met his glaring red eyes. Although this guy had a face, his optics screamed maelstrom. He raised his arm. Oh. Fuck. I jumped to my feet, ignoring the way my insides seemed to leak at the feeling. I was definitely hurting internally, but that didn't matter. I jumped, just managing to slide between a few cars as the rocket he shot at me exploded into the concrete where I had been standing. I coughed out blood again as I hit the floor, rolling a bit as the shockwave washed over me. I puked up some more blood. Not a good sign. But I wasn't done. I rolled onto my back and started reloading while I was out of sight. Fuck June, don't die you moron. I couldn't help but think as I could hear him yelling and fighting with the Borg. I reloaded in a blur. Despite every movement making my stomach spasm in pain as muscles that had just been tenderized screamed at me, cold blood and cool nerves meant I wasn't bothered. Kill the Borg. Then make sure I wasn't going to die. Reloaded, I rose up and took aim, but winced. June was in the way. The two were wrestling and June was obviously losing. But I couldn't make the shot. I growled, which only hurt me more than anything, and instead ducked back down and started moving, slipping behind the cars. I made it to the stupid TC's car that was still on its side, having been wedged up against the backs of a few of the other cars parked in the garage. But that was perfect for me. I quietly climbed up to the side of the car to get on top of it. Which put me right next to the two fighting away, beating on each other. The shot was perfect, his big stupid head was right there. Beria barked once more, echoing through the lot as a massive hole exploded in the Borg's chrome, but not into his head where I had been aiming. He had noticed and raised his shoulder. I had been aiming for his head, so instead of ending the fight all I did was put a big hole in his shoulder. A shoulder that wasn't disabled, as I learned a moment later as he swept his arm at me. I wasn't fast enough to dodge. The backhand hit and I blanked out for a time. It was only an urge to cough that ended up spitting blood all over my face that made me open my eyes and realize I had passed out at some point. I was smashed atop a car down the way, having hit it so hard I was indented into the roof. The sound of June roaring brought me back. I reached down for my Mac stock pouch, hands actually trembling as I brought it to my lips. The first puff brought me back to awareness, back to my focus. I still hurt. A lot, in fact. But I was alive. I sat up and noticed my Beria wasn't in my hand. Fuck, that Borged out fucker had actually hit me so hard I lost my gun. Spotting my Beria on the ground right next to where the Borg was beating my brother to death made me stand up, knowing that I had to get involved. I popped my neck lightly, as I had the worst crick in my neck, and then it was on. Once again I was out of the fucker's sights. He probably thought I was dead. Hell, June probably thought I was dead too. Which probably explained why he was getting his ass beat so bad. My eyes were open. My thoughts were clear. This Borg needed to die. June needed help right now. I attacked again. This time reboot optics slammed into his system. The ICE just as ineffective as it was before. Suddenly his eyes shut down mid-fight, and for just a moment June had a chance. But June wasn't alone. I started running, moving as silently as I could as I charged in. Speedwear was only effective if you could move. So I just had to disable that first. My knife was yanked out of its sheath, and I even grabbed one of the throwing knives I had taken from the raffin. Beria was on the ground, and that was my only chance to really finish this. So I needed it. Just as I reached the Borg's back, I threw myself into a slide. Both knives held out and slammed into the back of the fucker's knees. Both skittered and skipped, but even subdermal armor couldn't protect the joints perfectly. The throwing knife skittered off, but cut into the flesh before deflecting, but my main knife managed to slip into a soft patch and pierce through into the internals. Bitch! The Borg roared a bit, but not in pain. Just anger. Obviously his pain editor was active. June though was there with me. He reached out and grabbed the arm that had been aiming towards my general direction a moment before and started retaliating. The Borg tried to kick me once his arm was held back, but I was already tumbling forward, dodging his weak blow and grabbing the Beria, and then, while on my back, aimed upwards. I didn't hesitate, and while the fucker obviously activated his speedwear, trying to fight back against us both. But blind, stuck between June and I, and with a knee injury, he couldn't dodge. Beria hammered my shoulders into the concrete as I fired all 3 rounds, punching upwards into him. White Borg blood poured out of him onto me. This fucker was stronger than June. He was bigger than June. But he now had 3 more bullet holes tearing up his insides. June was on him, pounding his fists into the fucker's chest. Each time the Borg started trying to retaliate, June would slam a fist into the damaged sections of chrome. His first squirming and searching, digging into the chrome and ripping out whatever he could grab. It wasn't completely effective. Even injured. Even 2-on-1, even with June hammering away, the Borg just wasn't stopping. I didn't have another reload for the Beria. I didn't have my thermal katana. I didn't have anything that could really scratch this guy on me. But that didn't mean I was going to let June have all the fun. I drew my Lexington and started taking pot shots, trying to shoot into the holes that my Beria had already opened up. It was hard with June there, but a few went in, and each time it caused the Borg to jerk as something internal took a bullet. The Borg stepped back. Probably the first time he had been forced to retreat since the fight started, showing just how fucking scary this bastard was. I stood up and kept with June, dodging around June and popping off rounds whenever I could. As the two of us double-teamed the Borg, pushing him back. Teamwork. It was surprisingly effective. The guy's fucked up leg meant that even when he activated his speedwear he couldn't quite catch us, although it did make his arms move incredibly fast, and the one time I barely got out of reach I could feel the wind blow past my face like a truck had just raced by at 100 miles an hour. But it wasn't enough. I could see it in his face as he realized he had fucked up. Blind and hamstrung, he couldn't escape. That he was too slow now to stop us from slowly tearing him apart. If the fucker was a moose, June and I were wolves pulling him apart piece by piece. Sure, he could kill us with a hit, but he was slow, weak. In the end, as much as I wanted it, June took the kill. Instead of dodging a blow, June grabbed the Borg's hand before he could pull it back and tugged, unbalancing the Borg, giving him time to leap at him. Climbing up the fucker, June wrapped his arms around the Borg's neck and started pulling. Sure, the Borg reached up to try and stop him, but he was having some issues, because that left his stomach open to me. I quickly reloaded another magazine into my Lexington and pushed the gun straight into his open guts. Lexington were automatic pistols. I unloaded, shifting the angle so bullets would be bouncing all around in the fucker's chest. His arms went limp and June roared as he tugged. The Borg's head popped free with a nasty crunch, sending June falling off and onto his back, and then the Borg's body crumpling as its will left it. As its ghost died. The garage was silent after that. Except for June and I's heavy breathing. He slowly sat up and I winced as he looked like he just finished a 10-round boxing match. His face was already puffing up and more purple than anything else. "You look like shit." I couldn't help but inform him as I settled down on the ground. My legs felt weak, and my everything hurt. "Uck you," he said, slurring, but he was alright if he had the energy to bring up his middle finger to flip me off. What the fuck? I couldn't help but ask, questioning the world because that was some serious shit. I had fought Borgs before. Hell, I had even fought cyber-psychos. But that guy was a walking tank. A monster that I wasn't sure I would be able to kill even from the shadows. Hell, I had shot him multiple times with my Beria, and he hadn't gone down. "You gonna live?" I asked June as he just flopped down on the ground and hadn't gotten up. Instead of saying anything, he threw up a thumbs up and just laid there. Fair. That was totally fair. I glanced over at my alerts for the fight. I didn't get the XP. Fucking June kill stealing. Nah, fuck it. I'm too tired to care. Quick hack leveled up. Level 4. And I had gotten a body level. Body 7. I guess fighting some Edgerunner Borg had some advantages. The sound of men rushing up jerked me back to awareness. Had I just passed out again? I looked up to see an army of the TC guys from upstairs, all of them the guards that had been around the room, rushing out of the elevator and the stairs. Immediately they started checking around, and even checking on the TC boss in the car. Turns out he was alive. Yay. The poor doll wasn't, though. I noticed one of the guards checking, and after a brief moment he simply stood up and walked away. Yeah, the big holes in her chest from the Edge Runner's LMG would make living difficult. Fuck, that sucks. I didn't even know her name. But she had been nice. Kusanagi. I blinked, looking up towards Fujimura, of all people, who was now looming over me. Hey. We got him. I mentioned, nodding my head towards Headless Borg Guy. I see that. You'll live? Yeah. My stomach is on the wrong side of my spine, but I'll live. I tell him, and to my surprise I get an actual huff of a laugh out of the cyber psycho. What the fuck? A moment later a big coat was put over my shoulders, and Fujimura walked over to June to check on him too. Huh. Did he go get counseling as well as dechroming or something? Whatever, this whole fucking night was a disaster. Do you think they'd let me get some of the sushi upstairs? My stomach was empty now. I blinked at what I had just thought, shaking my head with a long sigh that hurt my insides. Motoko, you dumbass. You won't be able to eat it right now anyways. Better ask for a to-go box. An hour later I was sitting in Vic's chair, getting checked over. I had absolutely refused to go see the TC Ripper, even saying I would drive myself over to mine if I had to. In the end, Fujimura, of all people, had driven me over to Vic's. The massive cyber psycho Borg had left only after Vic had started taking care of me, seemingly satisfied he knew what he was doing. What a weird night. Motoko? What? I asked, if you were gonna be alright with your sleep healing? Vic asked, making me realize he had been forced to repeat himself. Yeah. Yeah, I should be fine. Why? 'Cause other than some serious surgeries, there isn't anything else I can do about all of this. He said seriously, face pinched into a look of honest concern. Oh yeah, I'll just sleep then. You don't mind? Nah, kid. Here. I'll give you some stuff for the pain dash. Nah, it's fine, Vic. I'll just sleep and be fine in the morning, thanks though. For looking me over. I would be worried about sleeping around any other Ripper. So. Thanks, document. I told him, smiling as he fussed over me like a worried dad. Aw, Vic's dad energy so strong. Motoko. I usually have to talk my patients into taking less medication, not more. You. Considering the scans of your injuries I took, you should be completely disabled thanks to the pain. Your injury is something I usually see when pedestrians are hit by cars. He explained, not quite calmly. Yeah, the Borg hit like a truck. Literally, he knocked a car on its side with one hit. I muttered, which made Vic fuss, but I waved him off, a little weakly, I'll admit. Alright, let me take a nap, and you can check on me in the morning? Sorry for coming so late. Don't apologize, Motoko. I just wish I could do a bit more for you. He muttered, reaching out and, to my surprise, patting me on my head. I smiled and had to bite back a chuckle, because laughing really hurt. Good night, Vic. I muttered and let my eyes close as I put myself to sleep for an 8-hour nap. I awoke instantly like always, feeling great, the injuries healed, and to my surprise, there were voices talking away in the clinic. I opened my eyes and took in the room, and had to still to keep myself from squealing. Because leaning nonchalantly against Vic's desk as he chattered away was Jackie Wells. He was pretty much the same as he looked in the game. His voice had that same joking manner that made him so easy to make friends with. Although I did have to translate the Spanish in my head, nearly every other word. Well, what Spanish I actually understood anyways. Come on, Vic, you said we were going to get some training in today. He whined, pleading with the older man. I've got a patient, Jackie, you know the rules, that comes first. They won't even notice, they are passed out quiet, let's go to the ring, I know you want to get some jabs in, yeah? I don't mind. I called out, interrupting as Vic was gonna definitely say no. Motoko. Vic called out happily as he spun his chair around. Finally awake, how are you feeling? I sat up on the chair a bit and stretched, feeling my abs flex as I checked myself over. Feel like $100 like always. I told him with a smile, but even as I was talking I was sending a message to June. I hope he was alright. Well, that's good, he said, rolling over and starting to check me out even if I was trying to get up. Vic gently pushing me back down had me rolling my eyes and letting him work. See, the little señorita is just fine, come on Vic. You know I've been looking forward to this all week. Jackie whined, literally whined like a kid, but it came off more charming than irritating. Vic, I'm fine. Go play with your friend, I tell him, shooing him with my hand as I smiled at him. Motoko, Vic said, giving me a look of disappointment. Which only made me laugh, of course. Sit tight for a bit, Jackie, let me give Motoko a look over, then since she will probably be running away, we'll get to the lesson. Vic offered as he rolled across the concrete over to me. Quickly pulling up some scanners and taking a look. Ah, come on Vic. I'm fine. I'm tough, you know? He instantly poked me with his needle hand. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. I whined at him before he pulled away. I thought you were tough, says the guy sticking me with needles randomly. Hee hee. Yeah, Vic, you can't just go, okay, I'll stay out of it. Sorry, Hermana, Jackie said, cut off from Vic. Turning to give Jackie a look, the much larger man raised both hands in surrender at Vic's irritation. Hee hee. I chuckled too, because it was a nice little atmosphere. So how's it look, Vic? All good? No. Your arm is still out of alignment. That hit you took knocked your chrome in along your upper shoulder. You're lucky it didn't just break every bone from your shoulder into your chest. I winced. Yeah, that sounded painful. A long whistle came from Jackie. Geez, Hermana, what hit you? A truck? He might as well have been. This guy was like 8 feet tall and all chrome, he probably weighed a ton. I wasn't even the target. The guy just wanted to assassinate someone next to me and my brother, I said, looking over at Vic as he worked on fixing the damage to my chrome. Jackie frowned at that. Fucking cyberpsychos, he muttered, but I had to shake my head. No, he was clear-headed. It was a professional hit. Guy was just borged up. Scariest fucker I've ever seen, I admitted, and even Vic looked concerned. I hadn't mentioned to Vic yet about just what brought me in late last night. Real edge runner shit then? Sorry you got caught up in that then, Hermana, Jackie offered, to my surprise, before I understood what he meant. Oh, don't worry. He might have got the drop on us, but between June, my brother, and I, we walked away. He didn't, I said with a smile that was all teeth. Jackie's eyes widened a bit as he obviously had to take what I was saying and process it. I mean, wrapped up in bandages sitting in Vic's chair without a weapon in reach, because Vic refused to let me keep my barrier or anything while he worked. It meant I didn't exactly scream dangerous Merc. Huh. You actually fought someone like that? Me and my brother. I'll admit June did more than me. I just couldn't stand up to the guy's strength. He was throwing me around like a rag doll, I said, holding up my right arm that Vic wasn't working on and flexing it a bit. I wasn't strong enough. Honestly, it could have been disheartening. It could have been terrifying. But me? It just kinda made me excited. If I was weak, gain strength. It was that simple. I still had plenty more grinding I could do to level body. If my body stat had been higher, he wouldn't have knocked me around like a child. If my reflex was higher, he never would have touched me. There was so much I could do to grow stronger. So I would. Alright, kid. Run through a few stretches with that arm, tell me if it's catching anywhere, Vic said, cutting off my internal thoughts, and I did as he said, stretching and shifting my arm in different ways. It felt good. Looks good, Vic. Great. In that case, you are good to go whenever, he said, reaching out and patting my shoulder, earning a smile from me. Yes. Come on, Vic. You owe me some time in the ring, hermano. Jackie said, smiling like a kid getting permission to hang out with his dad. Actually, didn't Jackie have a bad relationship with his father? I remember something like that from the game. I guess I wasn't the only one that was treating Vic as a pseudo-dad. Alright, kid. Alright. Motoko, you'll be alright? Course. But no way am I leaving. I want to see this. You guys are going to box a bit, right? I say as I sit up, and I was already starting to get dressed again. Pulling my leotard up over the bandages that Vic had covered me in last night. I would take a moment to remove them later when I wasn't around a couple of old guys. But after a moment my leotard was zipped back up, and I was as modest as usual. Heh. Come on then, Hermana, you'll get a treat, see me beat up on the old timer. Jackie joked, throwing me a wink, and while Vic had looked a moment away from trying to convince me to leave, Jackie distracted him. Oh, you think so, huh, kid? Alright then. Vic offered as he took off his ripper tools and pulled out a set of boxing gloves from his desk. Then he threw another pair at Jackie. Get gloved up, Jackie. I think you need a few lessons from this old timer. He said, and I laughed at the look Jackie had on his face. Oh, I fucked up. Pictured in pure stark relief stretched across his face. To my surprise, the boys didn't just go at it right in Vic's clinic. Instead, they headed into the building Misty's shop was in, right next door, and took the elevator up to the roof. There they prepped themselves, and I rooted Vic on, as Jackie and him went at each other. Well, it wasn't quite that brutal, it was a teaching thing. Vic was working Jackie over. Punching and jabbing, forcing the bigger man to block and shift on his feet. Every set amount of time Vic would switch to defense and Jackie would go at him. It was fun. Entertaining, and surprisingly useful. 100 Street Brawler XP gained. I actually got an alert just from watching and listening. As Vic walked Jackie through mistakes, or prompted him to change his rhythm. It was fun. Alright, Jackie. Give me a break. My old man's bones are tired. Vic teased as he rested back against the wall and wiped some sweat from his brow. Jackie, looking almost as tired, wiped his forehead as well and gave Vic that charming boyish smile of his. You'll be fine. Probably outlive us all. Jackie said with a chuckle, and I couldn't help but wince at that. Yeah. Why don't you show me some jabs? Your left is messing with your guard still. Make sure you practice it a bit more. Vic said, and Jackie sighed but did as he said, raising his gloves and starting to swing. But I could see it, just as easily as Vic. Jackie kept dropping his right guard whenever he jabbed with his left. Vic, throw me the gloves. I called out, hopping off the edge of the roof that I had been sitting on and walking over to Jackie. Motoko dash. I know how to box, Vic. I'll admit you both are better than me, but I can help with this. I called out, but it was Jackie that interrupted next. I don't know, Hermana, I don't want to hurt you, you know? Don't stress. I waved him off and Vic sighed but threw me the gloves. They weren't boxing gloves, but coaching gloves. Padded to fit an open palm so you could take the strike without pain. I slipped them on as I stood in front of Jackie. My arms are chrome, so you'll be more likely to feel it if I don't give enough. Come on, show me that jab again. I raised the gloves and Jackie still hesitated, before I moved in and threw a few jabs of myself, not enough to hit, but to force him into the rhythm. Then he moved. Jackie was surprisingly fast with his fists, and his form was solid. Power and speed. It made sense why Vic took the time to help him train a bit. He was a natural. But I was a gamer. I easily blocked the first 3 jabs he gave, and then, despite hesitating for a moment after he fell into the flow that I had no trouble keeping up. I was just giving him spots to hit after all. We fell into the flow, and when I baited the left jab I reached out and tapped his cheek with my right glove as I blocked with the left. Open. He blinked, stepping back in surprise at the sudden assault. Jackie blinked for a moment, processing what had just happened, before nodding. Then he moved back in, and the flow resumed. A few moments later, I once more baited the jab, and the same thing happened. He jabbed, lowered his right glove, and I gave him a tap on his chin. Open. His eyes narrowed, but it wasn't in anger. It was an acknowledgement. We went into it again. Jackie's fists were flying, and I noticed the change this time as he went for the jab. His right glove stayed up, and when I purposefully chose to make the move, his glove blocked me. Better. Again? I asked, and to my surprise Vic nodded, looking unhappily. Jackie? Jackie was beaming. Hell yeah, Hermana, let's do it. He said, chuckling loudly as he squared up, and I nodded. His glove cracked against my own as he started into a routine. 100 Street Brawler XP gained. 100 Body XP gained. I brushed off the alert as I stretched. Jackie had been a bit too fast a few times and tagged me. If my arms or shoulders were still flesh, I would definitely be bruised. Instead, I was just a little sore where the chrome met flesh. Like my muscles had been pulled a bit. Sorry about that, chum. You'll be all right? He asked, looking concerned. Made sense. Jackie was a big guy, and I was very much a small girl. I'm fine. Nice workout. I haven't been hitting the gym enough recently. I told him while wiping sweat from my brow. Jackie and I were both sweaty, having worked ourselves pretty hard. Vic had come in, guided us both on some improvements, and then took the elevator back down before we finally had enough. Your endurance is good. I teased him a bit as he was now sitting back on one of the lawn chairs that someone had left up here. No way, you stayed on me the whole time. I'm exhausted, Toko. You said you were what, 14? Yep. I agreed, and he shook his head. Damn. You certainly got some skill. You'd fit right into the merc scene. Maybe in a few years you'll be earning rep instead of just boosting wheels, or whatever kids do these days. He said, laughing as he described something he probably did himself at my age. Gonk. I'm already a merc. I scoffed at his unintentional insult. I'm good at infiltration, a bit of net running, and I'm pretty good with a blade, or a gun. I counted off my chrome fingers at each one. I hunted down a serial killer on my last gig. Ever heard of the Meat Man? I asked, and to my pleasure Jackie actually looked serious as he nodded. Heard they finally got him. NN54 had a whole thing about it. That was you? Wait. My kill was on the news. I gasped as I rose up. I need to record it. Or see it. I called out, waving my arms a bit in happiness. I was on the news. Whoa, Hermana, easy. You can go to their site, should be easy enough to take a look at. You really killed that bastardo? He asked, surprised, and I nodded. Sniped him with my Nakomata. Rescued the people he had kidnapped, even called in the NCPD so they could take care of it all. Ended up waiting around in handcuffs for a couple hours, but it was worth it in the end. Well, damn. Not bad at all, little Toko. You'll make an edge runner out of yourself someday. He said, laughing with a smile. Pfft. I'm never gonna be an edge runner. I don't plan on going out in some blaze of glory. I'll be the next Morgan Blackhand. I'll live until I'm 130 and still wipe the floor with all the gonk kids. I tell him, laughing at my mental image of myself as some ancient hag whacking kids with the back end of a thermal katana. Heh. Not me. I'm gonna make this city remember me, Hermana. I'll have a drink in the afterlife, and I'll live forever. He said, looking up at the sky, smiling at his dream. I was grateful that he wasn't looking at me. My face couldn't be pleasant to look at as I watched on. I had watched this man die. Watched his final moments, seen his funeral, and all the pain it had caused. Jackie. Jackie was a street kid of Night City through and through. Even if I told him, even if I explained how much it would hurt his family, he wouldn't stop racing along the edge. The disgusting culture in this city, to throw your life away in a moment of glory. There would be no convincing Jackie that his life would have far more meaning if he stayed alive. Lived his life, had a family. Because he had been raised on the idea that a drink in a bar was the pinnacle. Disgusting. But nothing I could do right now. No words I could say, nothing I could show him. We weren't even chums yet. Just two people that knew a guy. Well, how about you then, Jackie? What happened on your last gig? Oh? Oh yeah, that was a fun one. Had to chase down this pendejo to pay his bar tab, funnily enough. It was all going well, tracked him down, got him in my grip, but then I realized he had chums. Jackie, and I ended up getting distracted as Jackie told stories of all the jobs he had done. I realized pretty quickly that while he tried to hype them up, most of them were low-level jobs. It startled me when I realized the truth. Jackie, for all his talk, was pretty low-level in the grand scheme of the Merc hierarchy. I mean, he was no Maine. No David. He was way less Borged out for one. For another, he talked himself up a lot, but he only really did low-level gigs. It was his words near the end that made me realize the vast gulf between us. And maybe just how odd what I had been doing was. So Padre set me up with a chance to meet Wakako. Got a big gig coming up, if I do well, he'll put me in touch with her. The Dragon of Westbrook, you know? I've never heard anyone call Wakako that before. I muttered, surprised. Usually it's the Lady of Westbrook. Yeah, well. I just came up with it. She is, you know? The most dangerous woman in Westbrook. She deserves a title like that. Makes her sound as dangerous as she is. He sort of rambled, and I couldn't help but chuckle at him as he sort of tried to defend his weird title. It sounds cool, Jackie. I'll make sure to tell her about it next time I see her. I tell him with a quiet chuckle. Pfft. Yeah, you'll just walk into her parlor and talk to her, tell her about a preem new title she can use. But seriously, don't do that. Fixers like Wakako are dangerous people. And don't like being bothered for shit. He said, shaking a finger at me. Making me realize that Jackie had no idea I already worked with Wakako. I thought about telling him. I really did. I could probably help him out, even give him some good hype with her. But then a thought happened. An evil, funny thought. Hey Jackie. You said you got a gig from Padre, right? What are you doing? Need someone to watch your back? I asked, with a smile, but Jackie instantly shook his head. No way, Hermana. I'm not dragging a kid into something dangerous. No way. Ah, come on, Jackie. Having someone watching your back is way safer than going it alone. I've done work with the Tiger Claws before. I helped out during the war. Let me watch your back. You won't even know I'm there. He hesitated before sighing. Listen, Motoko. I know what it's like. Being a kid, wanting to be great, wanting to have your name in the sky, and everyone knowing who you are. He shook his head. But you shouldn't rush into it. Being an edge runner is one thing, but losing your life before you're even old enough to live it is a waste. He said firmly. He wasn't gonna budge. The jerk. Fine. I'll just troll him then. Fine. Well, Jackie, this has been super fun. We should get together and do some more boxing again sometime. It's been a while since I had this much exercise. I said, stretching my back as I started walking off, waving behind me. I'll see you again soon. I called out. Sooner than he would think. First thing I did once I said goodbye to Vic and stopped in to chat with Misty was call Wakako. Asterisk Wakako. My favorite fixer. How are you, asterisk? What do you want? She demanded instantly, my attempt to flatter obviously revealing my intentions. Asterisk, you have a guy looking to work with you. Jackie Wells, asterisk. I'm aware, what about him? Asterisk, so he's not half bad. Got the skill, and the desire to push to the top. Bit of a gonk though. You'll do best by matching him up with someone, let him be the muscle and all that. But when you finally meet with him, Can I be there? Please, asterisk I begged, not even bothering to keep any sense of self-respect. Wakako let out a sigh and the line went quiet for a minute. What nonsense are you trying to put together? Asterisk okay, so Jackie, nice guy, I like him. When he said he was trying to work with you, I had a thought. Motoko, you could help this guy finish this gig, and have a bit of muscle that you could trust on some gigs. But Jackie's a bit of a gonk. Refused my help cause I'm a kid. So now when he meets you, I need to tease him a bit. Please Wakako. I just want to be there in person, so he walks into the room and just sees me already there. The look on his face. You can't tell me it won't be funny, asterisk. Asterisk girl. I'm a professional. I don't do things just because they will be funny, asterisk. Asterisk I'll give you a discount on my next gig. 2,000 off, asterisk I said instantly. The line went silent. I will inform you if he completes the gig, she admits frankly, without any sign that she had to walk back on her words. Wakako. I love you. Asterisk cool. So dash asterisk. I have a gig for you, she said suddenly, and my brain chirped as I got a text. Asterisk oh? It's been a while. I expected you to be throwing gigs at me a lot sooner, asterisk. You've been busy enough without my assistance, she says in a low tone. But if you have so much more interest in work, I'll have more gigs for you soon. Then she hung up on me. Wakako. I hate you. I sighed and checked the information. Humming a bit, I sent back a confirmation I would get it done and turned around. This was gonna be interesting. I couldn't help but think as I looked over the building. It was an office building. They had some data that a client of Wakako's wanted. I was stealing from a small company. Entity Retail LLC. What did they do? No idea. Their company net page was basically full of corpo slang talking about using intelligent solutions to solve problems ECT. The company could literally do anything if you actually believed its slogans. But that didn't matter. I was here to steal some information, nothing more. So I parked in a garage and walked in the front door of the business skyscraper. The company only rented one of the offices on the 11th floor, so it wasn't like I had to sneak all the way through. The building lobby was basically empty, just a generic corporate business lobby that I walked right through to the elevator. It took me a few seconds to know that hacking the elevator was a no-go. It would take too long, so I walked past it to the stairs. The stairs were secured here at the bottom, but that took me far less time to break into than the elevator security, and then I was in the stairwell. Slowly I marched up the stairs, actually enjoying the exercise a bit. Between this and training with Jackie, I was getting a little physically tired. I peeked through the door that was marked 11 to see what I was dealing with. And it was a hallway. Right, this wasn't some Arasaka Corpo office with HMGs around every corner. It was just an office building. I slipped in to look around. The hallway led to a main foyer that had 3 different corporations that I could see, at least based on the doors. It took me about 30 seconds after finding the corporation that I wanted to turn around and head back into the stairwell. On the door was the office hours, and considering I had seen a bunch of people inside, now it was time to wait for closing time. It took a few hours, and if not for the ability to send texts and a really nice view off the roof of the building, I would have been annoyed. I had thought about heading home, but by the time I actually reached the apartment I would have had to go out again anyways. So I spent a few hours enjoying the view from the top of the 12-story tower, while waiting for the office to close down. Well, that and hacking into the building security. There was an access port on the roof, and it was just sitting right there. Sure, the security was pretty good, and some of the different floors' security was even better, but I had a few hours to burn, and it was something to do. So I breached in, and poked around. Taking over a few of the cameras in the system, deleting some files that had me on the camera, even if the image was blurry thanks to my Karoshi. You know, fun things. I was watching through the cameras as the time finally came, the office started clearing out over the next 30 minutes, until finally a man exited and turned off the lights on his way out. Go time. I disconnected and headed down, the security of the building already broken before me, so nothing stopped me. The office had its own secure system, and it was better than normal building security. It was just unfortunate that building security still had access to the office per their lease. So since I had already broken one system, I had given myself security administrator access to the office. I didn't even have to hack the system. It simply beeped and let me in. The office was dark and a little spooky, but I fixed that by turning the lights on and started looking around. I needed to find the boss's office, and it took me a few minutes before I spotted it. The door was locked, and it actually had a private security pad. Which was hilarious, because I recognized the pad. It was one you could buy from basically any store for a few eddies. The security was worse than the office itself. I suppose it was just meant to keep the workers in the office out. 30 seconds later I was in, and exploring the boss's office. The man obviously thought highly of himself. Paintings on the walls. Golden doodads on the desk. A fancy computer rig. I woke it up, and it took me 10 seconds to find the password written on a note nearby. It was almost sad that I didn't even have to breach in. I accessed the system and then jacked in. Found the files the client wanted. And stole a few extras for me. I would trade it in at the dewdrop for something maybe. Then I shut the computer down and whistled as I headed out. I even shut the lights out on my way out the door. Used the elevator, which I now had security access to use, to hit the bottom floor and walked out. As I climbed into the quadra, I sent a message to Wakako with the data. Gig complete. Finally. I grumbled as I managed to get a new bit of code to compile. I was working on weapon glitch. Clearing out the jumbles of bad code, and trying to smooth out its process time. If my estimate was right, I could drastically increase the activation speed. But more interesting was the fact I knew this quick hack could be used on multiple people at a time. The skill to do something like that was beyond me at the moment. I simply had no idea how to bounce a hack through multiple people, but it was possible, and it was something I wanted. I still remember the scene in Edge Runners when the entire group of Maelstrom had all their weapons and cyberware malfunction suddenly from a single netrunner. That was Edge Runner shit. Lucy and Kiwi were at that level. The experience, tech, and skill to pull it off. I wasn't, not yet anyways, but I just had to aim for that, and eventually, the system would get me there. I shook my thoughts away and stretched, the code compiled. I had managed to for at least a small section of the massive program to clean it up. Now I just needed to do that like 1,000 more times. Ugh. Stupid jerks putting out shitware. If I ever find out who fucked this code, I'll kill them. I promised as I laid back on the couch. I could use a nap. No one was bugging me at the moment. June was at work. Wakako had her gig completed the same day. Regina was still quiet. Hiromi was dealing with homework. Ichi and Malcolm were both enjoying their wealth from the SCOV cleanup. All was good. I sighed. Another 1,000 snarls to go. I reminded myself and rose up, putting my hands back against the keyboard and starting on the next section of snarled goofy code. Intelligence leveled up. I blinked at the sudden alert. I had barely been able to fix a single line of code before the alert popped up. Intelligence 8. The alert perked me right back up and I buried my head in the code once more. I woke up the next morning to sunlight streaming in through the armored blinds. I had fallen asleep on the couch again instead of going into my bedroom, but it didn't really matter to me. I woke up feeling completely rested either way. Morning. June said, almost startling me as he walked out of the bedroom. He hadn't come home last night before I fell asleep, and I hadn't even realized he had come home. I didn't hear you come in. I muttered, glaring a bit, and he actually smirked at me, before very obviously starting to pace in front of me in the living room. It took a moment before I realized it. He made almost no sound as he stepped, unlike the previous thuds he had made. Link's paws? Yep. Gonk. I snarled, jumping at him suddenly, using the living room table to leap into the air to crash into him. A few moments of swinging myself around him turned into a grapple as I gripped his stupid face with both of my hands and smashed my forehead into his stupid gonk face. Fuck. Motherfuck. He screamed out as he tried to rip me away. Why did you get more chrome, you stupid gonk fuck? I screamed at him, ready to smash his face again, when he finally managed to grab my face to keep me from bashing him face to face again. I didn't. Fuck. Motoko, you little. He snarled as he kept trying to rip me away, but failing. Thank you, grapple perk. Bullshit. I didn't. The Link's paws were already installed. Fuck, oh. That hurt. Explanations required or pain will continue. I snarled in his face. They were already installed, but they were shit. An old set, Motoko, now get off my face. He growled, and I finally accepted, rolling backwards, landing on my hands, before pushing myself into a flip to land in a crouch on the couch. You did say you were going to Vix. I did, you fucking gonk. He growled at me, but the Link's paws parts were from that chromed Borg. Grr. I growled at June, waving my fingers threateningly as I considered angles to attack. He was aware of me now. The lack of surprise would make it harder. Enough. The crazy Borg we fought had a set of Link's paws, way better than the shit I had. So I got my chrome upgraded. You shouldn't be installing new chrome, you chrome-brained gonk. I didn't. I just upgraded. Same thing. Well, it's done. Geez. My head hurts. He grumbled. Since I flatlined him, a lot of his chrome was gathered up. I did the smart thing and didn't chip in any of the rest. Relax, Motoko. I'm not gonna go cyber psycho. Go see Vic to get everything checked out. You know he is better than that TC Ripper you went to before. Yeah. Alright. If it'll keep you from attacking me. He stomped off to the kitchen, his new chrome making the act amusing, since it wasn't really loud enough to get the point across. Ugh. My brother was a chrome dome. I sat back on the couch and just let out a sigh. Keeping that moron alive was going to be a full-time job, wasn't it? I really needed to get him a girlfriend. Or a keeper. It might be a bit too soon still for the girlfriend thing. We hadn't talked about his reason for revenge on the Maelstrom in a while. Hell, we were both basically pretending the group didn't exist for now. Hey. June started speaking as he popped open a can of his energy drink soda garbage that I refused to try. What? I said a little sulkily as he snorted at me in amusement. I'm glad you're okay. I was worried. That edge runner was. Yeah, a fucking monster. I said, nodding in commiseration. I'm glad you're okay too. I was worried even when we killed him. Yeah, Are you sure you're okay? You were coughing up blood. Yep. Vic fixed me up. I waved it off, not wanting to get into the nuance of how injured I had been. Good. Very good. Also, the TC are very, very happy. Okina-sama, the man we saved? He was super important. The fact we took out his attempted killer and saved him? Word is getting around. Fujimura-sama even angled it into both of us getting a lot of rep. Ugh. June snorted at my noise of displeasure, but continued on. It's a good thing, Motoko. Think of it as the TC owing you something. If you ever get in trouble with them, then you have some credit to fall back on. It also means they will be trying to recruit me. Nah, as far as the higher-ups are concerned, you're already one of us. Fujimura-sama is your boss and no one else will mess with him. Ugh. Heh, it's fine, Motoko, I've spoken with him myself about it. He knows you aren't really interested in the gang stuff. He isn't happy about it, but he also knows that since I'm there, you will always have a connection to the TC. He is betting on you eventually giving in and joining up in full. June offers, basically saying that Fujimura is blackmailing me into always being friendly with the TC thanks to June. So what then? I've got some rep with the TC? Seems kinda pointless. Motoko. The video cameras of our fight were nabbed by the bosses. Everyone saw what we did, what you did to save Okina-sama. Okina-sama himself actually had a fight with Fujimura-sama about having you join his crew. June revealed, making me grimace. Just what I wanted. Gang bosses, fighting to own me. It's fine Fujimura-sama won. You being a member even not really of the kamikaze meant Okina-sama couldn't touch you. Just. You did a good thing, and the TC won't forget. I've been getting treated a lot better than before too. I've had a few of the bosses calling me Jundano, you know? He said, looking all proud of himself. I just smiled and even reached up to pat his head, which he quickly slapped away. It was nice that June was feeling proud of his accomplishments. I wasn't going to shit on that, even if I couldn't help but think the respect of a few mob bosses was worth less than the words it took to breath it. But hopefully since June was loyal and skilled, that would only be to his benefit. June wandered off after that to relax, and I was feeling bored. I settled back into the couch, not in the mood for programming. I wanted to do something with my hands. I looked over to my room. It had been a while. I got up and cleared a spot on the table, making sure I would have the room. I had come a long way since I first decided I would take care of this. I went into my room and after a few moments came tottering out with the damaged HMG that I had once claimed from my first SCAV raid. The damaged barrel was still the most annoying part. It wasn't exactly a cheap piece of metal, having to take the forces the machine gun requires. But I was a lot better than before, and I had a pretty solid grasp of my 3D printer. As I took it apart, I ignored June's look, which was obviously filled with jealousy at his little sister's wonderful heavy weapons. If he wanted one, he could get his own. This one was mine. I still looted it fair and square. With the barrel removed, I fed it into the 3D printer. It could break it down and remake it with enough time, and I actually know how to program that now. Then I basically broke down the weapon into component parts, checking every piece for damages. Not surprising since it was a rugged design, the weapon mostly alright. A few dents here and there, with only one that I would have to actually take care of. The receiver and mechanisms were mostly okay, a few bits needed cleaning of course, and I had to do some fixing on the electronics. Some of the wiring had been shaken loose and needed to be resoldered. But then it was basically done and ready to be put back together, just waiting on the barrel, which was going to take a whole lot longer. 100 crafting XP gained. I noted the XP alert, without much thought. With that I settled my almost completed HMG on the floor beside the couch and pulled my laptop back up. Always more to do. Late that night, long after my HMG was once more fixed and ready to fire, and as I was still digging through code, I got a call I had been expecting a long time ago. Motoko. * Regina. I was wondering if our work relationship had ended without me knowing. * I grumbled at her, but she sighed, sounding tired. * Things have been hectic over the last few days, I apologize. I told you before I had a gig that needed someone dead. You said you could do it. * Yeah? * Things happened, but the gig remains the same. The target is in hiding, and it took a while to confirm his location, but the client still wants him dead. You still in? *? Yeah, I'll still take the gig. Send me the details. *. I hummed a bit as I received a text, but Regina didn't hang up. I guess I was so used to Wakako throwing the details at me and then expecting me to get it done. I looked it over, and it honestly wasn't very different from the Jotaro job. Except for one thing. What's up with this bar that he is hiding in? I muttered, earning a chuckle across the line. * The Lion's Den isn't a normal bar. And unfortunately, it's likely that whatever face he walked into the bar with he is no longer wearing. * Wanting me to kill a guy who I can't recognize isn't exactly a thrilling gig here, Regina, I muttered as I looked over the details, The bar was built out of an old warehouse in Santo Domingo, nothing crazy about the location, although it was 6th Street territory. Asterisk the on-site ripper keeps a log of all work she does. So you'll need to go through her to find out where the target is. You'll need to get in, get the info, kill him and get out. Think you are up for it? Asterisk. Yeah, I'll see what I can do tonight, I mutter, standing up and loading up. I might as well get started now. Maybe I'll be able to hack into the Ripper's computer. That would certainly make finding him easier. Just what sort of bar had an on-site Ripper, doc? What the hell was Regina aiming me at? Good, keep me informed. My left eyelid was twitching as I listened to the. Okay, he looked like a shark man. So I'm just calling him Shark Man. The Lion's Den isn't just any bar in Night City, apparently. It's the Exotics Bar. Exotics was the description of a type of biomod. I knew a little bit about it, although I hadn't actually even seen someone with them yet. But here they are. People that used BioWare to turn themselves into animals. I had parked in the bar's parking and walking up to the entrance only to get instantly held up by Sharkman, the bouncer. His blue-tinted skin and grinning shark maw was intimidating, I guess. Although I suppose the fact he was nearly 8 feet tall probably helped. Listen, kid. This ain't a public watering hole. Go find another bar. He had denied me entrance instantly. Which was irritating. Listen, I'm meeting a chum of mine, dash. If you were meeting a chum, you'd be on the invite list. You ain't. He stated simply, arms crossing over his massive chest, which was bare. Showing off perfectly sculpted muscles. You know, if you were into furries. She must have forgotten. I just wanted dash. Once again I was cut off by the Sharkman shaking his head instantly, and poking a finger into my chest, pushing me back. He might be the shark, but if he kept that up, he was going to lose some digits. Listen, not sure if you're just curious. Or you are planning some shit, but this place doesn't welcome standards. He said, and it took me a moment to realize he was using standard to refer to. Well, everyone. I opened my mouth to argue, but I could feel someone walking up behind me, so I stepped aside, letting a woman that was definitely supposed to be some type of lizard pass without any issue from Sharkman. This is so annoying. I grumbled, turning back to the conversation, but the Sharkman seemed done. Go on, kid, you ain't one of us, and until you are, you ain't welcome here. I'm just here to see someone. I'm not looking for trouble, chum. If you don't leave, you'll find it. He threatened simply, and I considered it. But I wasn't here to kill a bunch of people doing their jobs. I backed off. Walking back to the quadra in a huff. I would just sneak in then. There was always a back door, or a roof access. An old warehouse turned club wasn't going to stop me. So I drove down the block, found a place to park and walked back, this time making sure I was out of sight from the bouncer as I checked around the warehouse. 2 ground floor entrances, I noted. The front, and a rear entrance that was an old loading dock, but had a few vehicles parked around the walled-off rear parking lot, turned. Private park? It also had security. A camera was sweeping around over the rear door. I stuck to the shadows far from the building, hugging old storage units that were the nearest building to the club as I scoped out the place. Unfortunately, the rear door was going to be difficult too. Not just the security camera, there was activity in the back, all along the loading dock. There were tables set up, and revelers were hanging around drinking, smoking, or worse. And all of them were exotics. Guys with fur, women with multiple arms and eyes, some were minor exotics. Dog or cat ears at most. Some were full bore, looking more like a werewolf than a man. All of them were friendly and knew each other. They were all partying together, chatting, or switching tables. There were a lot more people here than expected, and I wasn't going to be able to sneak in without instantly being noticeable. I wasn't a regular here, I would stick out immediately. I climbed up onto the storage units nearby and started checking out the roof of the warehouse, but that was a no-go as well. There were tall walls surrounding the roof, and it took me climbing from the storage unit's roof to a nearby power line before I was able to see down onto the roof. There was a pool up there. For fuck's sake. What kind of bar was this? I bonked my head. Exotics weren't cheap. The mods required the risk to yourself, only rich crazy people tended to do it. It was even more of a niche culture now than it had been decades ago. Exotics haven't been cool in like 30 years. There weren't any exotic gangs in NC anymore, except maybe the animals, if you squinted. So if you were an older rich person wanting to hang out with an in-group, one that was no longer fashionable? Of course they all kept their bar in top condition, private, secure, and if Regina had said was right, had an in-house exotics ripper. I sighed, running through the options. I could go loud. I mean, I did have a rocket launcher. No, I shook that thought away. I wasn't going to shoot up a bar to kill one guy. I would just have to do this like Jotaro, only I had known how to kill Jotaro, here. I didn't even know what my target looked like. Regina. I'm going to be asking for a raise on this one, I grumbled to myself as I realized this wasn't going to be a single night gig. Okay, so loud was out. Quiet was looking extremely unlikely. I would have to hang around for a while and see if the bar got quiet. If they closed down in the morning, I could sneak in during the off periods. If anything else, there was another option. I didn't really want to consider that option. I had gone home, picked up a full selection of stakeout snacks, and then headed back up onto the roof of the storage units next to the bar so I could keep an eye out. With my laptop in hand, at least I could do something while I waited, so I programmed as I watched the club. Stupid private furry club. Just let me in, so I can systematically target and kill one of your people. Damn gunks. By the time the sun was peeking up hours later, I was growing annoyed. Despite it being the start of the day, people were still showing up. People were leaving, but the amount overall seemed to stay the same. To my annoyance, I couldn't even sneak in as a worker. The cooks were exotics. The bartenders were exotics. The whole damn place was exotics. Fuck. I grumbled, thinking of other options. I couldn't even rely on reboot optics or something to just blind anyone that I came across. Biomods can't be quick hacked. Most of the exotics didn't have a lick of chrome in them, at least not the high-end ones. BioWare only. Okay, I wasn't going to be able to infiltrate normally. It just wasn't going to happen without me doing something drastic. Let's get more information. With the confirmation the party never ends, I peeked out from behind the top of the storage units until I could see the camera sweeping back and forth over the rear door. My eyes flashed as I started breaching in. Time to see what net security was like. The camera itself fell without too much issue, and I used it as an access point to their main system, but I immediately hit a snag. The system security was good. Really good. I wasn't net diving, so I couldn't see the exact way the security revealed itself, but it wasn't off the shelf. A netrunner maintained the security at the club, I realized as I poked around. And I was pretty sure they weren't active in the system right now. Which at least opened up a chance. So I started poking through the ICE. Security alerts popping up as my searching daggers weren't as quiet as I would have liked. I broke through the initial ICE after about 10 minutes. Mostly I was just hoping the netrunner was asleep. The breach was successful. I could feel my wall-breaking demon slip in and hide within the system. That particular perk hadn't been as useful as I thought when I initially took it, but hopefully here it would help. I began exploring, the window in my eyes showing the directory of connected systems as I began navigating through them, trying to find. I found it. The internal security cameras. There were a lot of them. And there were a lot of people inside like I suspected. The old warehouse had been completely remodeled, and there was even a basement floor. Any hope of me being able to slip in sight unseen went out the window. There were just too many exotics around. Especially when the cameras confirmed the Ripper lived in an apartment in the basement. A full Ripper office, and personal room that was heavily lived in. There wasn't a camera directly in her private room, but the door in her office was open and I could see inside a bit. Unfortunately, I couldn't just hack into her computer from the camera either. Everything was locked down and secured. This netrunner knew their stuff. I managed to get a look at the Ripper. She looked like a Catwoman. Not a Catgirl, that was something different, but a Catwoman. The fur must be awful to deal with, I thought with a bit of a laugh as I pulled free of the system. The only thing about this I could actually laugh at. This gig was trash. I tapped my chrome fingers on my knee for a while. I was only seeing a few ways I could get this to work. I could go and spend a lot of eddies on improving my chrome, maybe getting an optical camo cyberware. It was on the list already. Or I could go and get a temp cyberware so I could fit into the club. A few animal accessories, and they would let me in. Probably. I groaned as I considered it. Both options were going to be expensive, and didn't have a guaranteed chance of success. Even if I got the optical camo, that wasn't a guarantee someone wouldn't notice. Exotics often had enhanced senses, and optical camo wasn't foolproof. And even if I went through chipping myself with some cat ears or something, no guarantee I would be able to move around. I did a bit of quick mental math, considering how much I would earn for this gig, versus what it would cost me to be able to complete it. Fuck. Honestly. Considering I wasn't ready to get more chrome, I was going to have to do something I didn't want to do. I gathered all the information I had gained into a file including the security cam footage I had been watching. Too bad there was no way to access prior recordings. I might be able to get my man that way, and send it to Regina. I gave her a few minutes to look through everything, including my notes on what I was seeing when the call came in. Motoko. Regina. You aren't able to complete the gig, she asked, her tone a little flat. She sounded a little put out. Asterisk, not without chipping in a lot of chrome for the job. Either direct stealth chrome or something to blend in, asterisk, I tell her honestly. Asterisk, the security of this place is good, maybe if I was an elite netrunner I could get in that way, but I'm not that good. Sorry Regina. I'm pulling out. I can't complete the gig as it stands, asterisk. Then you are off the gig, she said suddenly, and the line hung up. Huh. I shrugged. I'm going home to take a nap. When I got home, June was asleep, passed out in his bed. Which is why I went into my bedroom, put away all my equipment, and then turned around and cannonballed his ass. I had sworn to get revenge on June a while back and had forgotten about it until now, and here was a perfect opportunity. He jolted awake as I slammed into him, making a groaning shriek of complaint as he jerked up trying to free himself. Which is why I pushed my foot into his face. Morning June NII. I told him casually as he struggled to defeat sleepiness. Huh. Wha? Motoko. He growled, trying to push me off and failing as his blanket kept him just a little wrapped up. But I wasn't trying too hard. Soon enough I went limp as he wrapped me up in his blankets like the burritos he so loves, and then he was sitting on me. Heavy ass. I mumbled a little breathless, he hadn't been gentle. As I had noted before, Sleepy June has no chill. Irritating bitch. He snapped, and I couldn't help but snort. I failed a gig tonight. I told him then before he could get any more annoyed with me. I'm frustrated. Like honestly angry about it. I revealed bluntly, which did turn the conversation around from him being angry at me, to concerned. It's too early for this. He grumbled, wiping his eyes clear, but making no move to get off me. I didn't say anything, just stuck in a burrito with June sitting on me as he slowly woke up. Fine. Come on. He grumbled, standing up, but before I could move, he picked me up still in the blanket and hauled me out to the living room. He flopped me a little painfully onto the couch and walked into the kitchen, coming out with some energy drink in a can that he liked. Talk to me about it. Fucking furry ass jerks. I ranted, legs kicking up into the air, the only part of me I could move. Their stupid secret private club has serious security, and unless you're an exotic, you can't enter. I tried everything I could, but I just don't have the equipment to get in. I could go and get some cyberware, make myself look like an animal or something, or even some optical camo. But neither option guarantees I could finish the gig, and it's dumb. I mumbled at the end. Still not ready to get more chrome? He asked, and I shook my head. I don't know. It sounds stupid, but I don't like chipping in cyberware, just because a job needs it. If I add chrome, I want to do it because I wanted to. Huh. He muttered, nodding a bit, then he leaned down and patted me on the head. It's okay. He finally said after a few moments, and I scrunched up and glared at him, but June just kept patting me on the head. Stupid Oniai-chan. Baka amuto. He responded back instantly. So I took a nap after June finally left me alone. He was still yawning, but he left to go grab some lunch. I was still wrapped up in the blanket though. It was cozy, and I was so done. First that stupid Borg beating me half to death, needing June's help. Not that June and I's teamwork wasn't super cool. But then I get my first gig from Regina and I can't even finish it. What's the point of having all of these skills if people could still whoop my ass? If I could still fail at gigs? If I was a better net runner, I could have gotten the data I needed, either by actually dipping into the net to access their system, or by pulling a laughing man. If I was a wizard-level hacker, I could just hack optics in real time, I could have pulled it off. Maybe. The exotics biomods would still make that not work. If I was a better techie, I could have built a drone like the Flathead, and hacked into their system directly. Hell, I could have made a suicide drone to kill the target as well. If I was better at stealth, I could have figured out a way in, optical camo would have made it possible, if not easy. If. I had been grinding my skills, and I liked doing it. It had opened up so many options for me, but while my stealth was pretty good, I still felt like I should be better. My stats, my skills, they should be higher. I pulled up my stat sheet. Level 9. 7000/10,000. Body 7, 11, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Athletics 6. Street Brawler 6. Annihilation 4. Reflex 7. Blade 6. Handgun 6. Assault 5. Driving 6. Intelligence 8, 12, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Breach Protocol 6. Quick Hacks 4. Programming 4. Cool 8. Ninjutsu 8. Cold Blood 8. Rocker Boy 5. Technical Attribute 4, 8, due to cyberization, maximum value has increased by 4. Crafting 4. Engineering 3. 0 stat point. 4 skill point. Perks. Ambidextrous Blades 2. Quick Draw Handguns 2. Gun Nut Assault 2. Parkour Athletics 2. Grappling Street Brawler 2 Future Unlock, Improvised Weapons Gunfu. Drive-by Driver 2. Cat-like Athletics 5. Cool Nerves Cold Blood 2. Danger Sense Ninjutsu 2. Wall Breaking Breach Protocol 2. Cybersecurity Quick Hack 2. Recoil Reduction. Annihilation 2. Cyber Ninja Ninjutsu 5. Fearless Chill. Cold Blood 5. Improvised Weapons Street Brawler 5. Parry Blades 5. Robotics Wizard Crafting 2. Drifting Driving 5. Rapid Reload Handguns 5. Design Wizard Engineering 2. Rifle Ace Assault 5. Unused Breach 5. Perfect Musical Memory Rocker Boy 2. Debug Programming 2. Siren Song Rocker Boy 5. Cyberware. Sicho Electronics MK.2 Adaptation, Sicho MK.20 Ot. Kuroshi MK1 Adaptation, Kuroshi MK11/2. Militech Condor Adaptation, Militech Condor 3/8. Arasaka Smart Link System. Adaptation Smart Link 0/0. Arasaka X-Disk Adaptation X-Disk 0/0. I browsed through the page. Honestly, I didn't tend to look directly at my stats very often. More often I just checked where I was at, and then went to work on whatever stat or skill I was focused on at that moment. I still had 4 skill points. I also still had a breaching perk I hadn't used. Ugh, I'm such a gonk. I forgot all about my perk. I sighed, staring through the floating screen to look at the ceiling. I had decided to hold off on using it until later when I might need something special, but I had ended up just forgetting about it. Would a breach perk have solved my problem? I started looking down the list. The options I had looked at before were still there, but my understanding of systems was wider now. I had a better idea of what I would need, and what I wouldn't. Strong breach still sounded useful though. Being able to breach through a system much faster, in exchange for guaranteeing an alert would get sent off? Well, considering most systems weren't secured well in the first place, it would give me some neat tricks. But it wasn't exactly what I wanted. Let's be honest. Speed is useful, but when it comes to net running, there was only one true king. Stealth. If no one ever realized I had breached their system, they had no hope to stop me. So I started browsing the perks. I hadn't seen what I was looking for last time, but I hadn't done a perfect deep dive back then either. Then, because I was reading through every perk, I found it. Ghost touch, slow and quiet, breach through a system as a ghost, without anyone the wiser. I thought about it for a moment. Then I decided that fuck it, it was what I had just decided I wanted. I pushed the button accepting the perk. I shivered as the idea slipped into my head. Tricks on how to not just break security, but to bypass it entirely. I blinked. Then I blinked again, because wow. That was some serious shit. I knew as well that as powerful as it was now, it would only grow stronger as breach leveled up. The time it would take would reduce, and my ability to ghost through systems would grow. Yeah. That's right. I'm Motoko Kusanagi. My skill with a gun or a knife was great. But on a digital battlefield? I wouldn't be matched by anyone. I knew with a surety of self that I was going to become the sort of super hacker that made corpo netrunners piss themselves in fear. I rose up, untangling myself from the blanket, and popped my access cord out of the back of my head as I grabbed my ICE laptop. Time to get to work. Deciding to go full in on net running for a bit to make myself feel better about getting my ass kicked and failing a gig. I went full ham into grinding. Breaching through the ICE with full intent, it did mean I wasn't doing much besides thinking about the puzzle of code in front of me, and thanks to Ghost Touch, if I was having a lot of problems, I could slow down and work my way around the ICE. Acting as if it wasn't even there. The actual mechanic behind the perk was weird. In essence, I was sending my data through back channels, sending bytes worth of data, at a time through old ports, and system code that hadn't been used in forever. But then those little bits of code would all collect together behind the ICE and create a channel that bypassed the ICE entirely. It took a long time though. The one time I tried to use it, took me over an hour just to set up on the system. That's with the ICE being something I could break in a few minutes or work normally, and it being against a laptop, and not a corpo server. But it worked. The sort of crazy hacking trick that only someone that truly understood computers could ever hope to pull off. Completing it the first time had even given me a couple of breaching alerts throughout the attempt. I kept at the grind though. As much as my guitar was calling for me, the fact was I needed the self-improvement. I hated feeling sorry for myself, and if a few days grinding like crazy to get some level UPS was all I needed to feel better, then it was worth it. In the end, even though it cost me all the rest of the wet ice, I gained 2 levels thanks to non-stop hardcore and experimental grinding. Mixing what I learned from Ghost Touch into my normal breaching. I did the opposite. Breaching loudly, without care about the alerts sent up just to see how the program would react, and over the course of 3 hours, figuring out how to not just hard breach an ICE system, but how to muffle the alerts. At least somewhat. It was basically learning what the perk would have taught me if I picked it instead of Ghost Touch, but of course not as skillfully. Thought it didn't mean I didn't get some level ups over the entire course. Breach protocol skill level up. Level 7 breach. When I got the alert, I hadn't actually noticed at first and kept working on ghost touching through an ice I had already breached before, just because of how distracted I was. Done. I grumbled, rubbing my eyes. They felt tired despite not being actually able to feel weariness. My body didn't feel stiff, in fact I stood up and stretched a bit and felt physically fine, but I could feel the tiredness in my mind. I had gone without sleep before, but never when I was simply slamming my head into a complex mental problem like this. I walked into my bedroom and flopped on my bed. June was out. So I would sleep. I was at the ramen joint in the Cherry Blossom Market the next morning, slurping up a bowl of noodles for breakfast as I ran through a few things in my head. I had a few responsibilities, and a few things I needed to keep doing. Grinding. Doing gigs. Helping out my chums with work. Making sure June ate something besides his XXL burritos. But honestly, the grinding kept me busy, the gigs paid more than any amount of bills I might have, and helping out my chums wasn't too hard. Find some evil gonks, kill them, steal everything. But what was it that I wanted? It wasn't Eddie's. I was pretty comfy in the apartment that June and I shared, although I knew someday we would probably get something bigger, or split up. But I wasn't planning on jumping off the edge like David. I liked living. I liked waking up every morning and deciding for myself what the day will be full of. But in order to keep that comfy pace, I was gonna need to get stronger. The fact was, the more of a rep I built by doing fun stuff, the more dangerous my life would become. So I would have to keep growing stronger and stronger to ensure that I could have my fun-filled life. Which meant I needed to kill. I needed enemies, and a lot of them. But I needed them at my pace. I didn't want to go piss of Arasaka and end up overwhelmed. With the gang war over, things were quiet. But there were still plenty of Maelstrom gonks around. Lots of scavs, or just evil people in general. But as easy as it was to say I have plenty of people I could kill, it was really hard to know where they were. Which is why I realized I needed to stop fucking around with the most powerful weapon in my arsenal. It was time to step into the net. To stand among the ones and zeros, and find out just how much it would open up for me. Problem was, I didn't have a lot of gear for it. If I was going into the net, I would need a full netrunner suit to start with, since I didn't have a bathtub in the apartment. Or I would need to netrun from somewhere other than home. Ugh. I swirled the last bits of ramen in the bowl and downed it like a 30-year-old Japanese businessman downing yabisu after work. I suppose I could go talk to Yoko at the Dewdrop Inn. Maybe rent her net running chair? But what if I embarrassed myself? I had never really gone into the net except for that one time, and I had nearly melted my brain then. No, I couldn't allow anyone to see my first net running experience. They might think I'm a noob. So I needed to get some supplies. Wait. I knew how to set up all the equipment for a net runner, thanks to technical attribute. I could just steal everything I needed. I nodded to myself, that would make it all easier, and I already had a crew capable of hauling everything out of some gonk's net running den. Now I just needed to find a target. Wait. That was the problem I had in the first place. God damn it. So that's the problem. I explained to Wakako a few minutes later. In the end, I realized I needed to stop trying to handle everything myself. I simply didn't have the knowledge I needed to start my new plan, but that was what contacts were for. Wakako took a drag on her cigarette and nodded. You seek info on someone who has a full set of net running equipment you could steal? Loot. The correct terminology is looting, Wakako. Come on, get with the times. I joked, only to instantly cough and settle back down as I realized what I had just said could be taken negatively. Thankfully Wakako seemed to ignore me. I can gather the information. The price will be high. Ah, come on Wakako, you know I'm not just messing around. I'm good for pay and work. I tried to argue, and maybe, just maybe I saw a hint of give in the old dragon lady. I will give you the information you want, but you will kill the one that has your equipment. The information itself will be your pay. She said, smirking at me, as if she thought I wouldn't accept. I blinked. Wait. Did Wakako just ask me to murder a gangbanger who had my future loot, and the payment would be the info to find them? Wakako. I love you. Sure. I chirped happily. Not earning direct eddies from Wakako was one thing, but this all started because I needed to find more people to kill. Wakako? Tell me everything. I looked over the rundown apartment building that my new target was inhabiting. It was more complicated than I liked. The netrunner I was after had taken over the 5th floor of the building, according to reports, run everyone out of the apartments, and turned it into a little kingdom. Not so different than what the scavs did. But this wasn't scavs. But only barely. The netrunner had made a gang. No, rather, it was one of the netrunner's chums, had made the gang around the netrunner. To protect him, while using his information. I was on the roof of a nearby building looking over the side at the building. And at all the security that had been put up, all of it turned the building into a secure vault. The street gang would have been ignored, maybe even been a non-entity to Wakako, if not for one fact. They had a netrunner, and he was a pretty good one. One of the first acts the small gang had done was hijack an electronics store delivery. The netrunner had known exactly where to hit it, and it had been the first in a string of successes. The only problem? The netrunner was a greedy bastard, and had stolen things he shouldn't. Stolen from someone he shouldn't. Wakako hadn't been interested in taking the gig beforehand. Pay wasn't high enough, and it was in her interest to leave them be as they weren't stealing from her. But suddenly I showed up, asking for gear, and Wakako realized she could use this. She'd get paid for a gig, I would clean up, and I would become even more useful. Netrunners are always useful after all. I had just come by to get some images of the place and look around their security, but just from what I had seen, made me realize this wasn't going to be a one-woman job. Not even my chums, who still called themselves Section 9 in the group chat they had put together. Traitors. They wouldn't be enough. I was gonna need another gun. There were too many of them, and no way I would be able to sneak in. Sure. I could probably hack the system, shut down the cameras, but the moment I did, the gang would know. There was one other problem. From the rooftop I looked over at the party that was going on. The gang was hanging out on the roof drinking and partying. But they were kids. Most of them were teenagers. Even if I knew their boss was in his 30s. So that's how it was. The fucker had grown so fast by hiring street kids. It's why the gang was closer to 50 gonks from what I could see, than Wakako's report that only listed 10. I watched from the shadows as the kids enjoyed themselves, girls from the apartment, and from neighboring apartments, joining in as the boys that had become members of a gang used their new clout to attract the cuties. Almost all of the gang was on the roof, a lot of kids more than ready to fight. This was a fucking mess. Damn it, Wakako. I hate you. I mumbled as I stared at the party, gathered info, memorized faces, while taking pictures. I was gonna need to figure this shit out. Why did all my gigs have to be so hard? Where are all of these super easy go in and murder 40 faceless gonks gigs? I want to murder 40 gonks. That's 20,000 XP. Minimum. This was like the stolen car gig all over again. Wakako. We really need to talk about this. I switched to my scan mode, looking over all the electronics set up all over the building. I would have to figure this out. I had to. Slowly I gathered information, checked every angle of the building. Scanned everything I could. I even slowly slipped a ping into the camera system just to see everything I was working with. I winced as I looked at the absolute spider web of light. So much was connected to that system. No way I could break it. No way I could beat this netrunner, not on his home turf. I sighed as I started taking note of where all the lights went. They would at least lead me to the netrunner. found him. It would have to be enough. Hey Malcolm, you're late. I called out, waving over my head as the last of our troop showed up. Yeah, sorry, my folks needed me to run an errand. Of course they only asked, as I was walking out the door. He grumbled but settled into the booth at Ho-Oh Club. So apparently this was still our hangout. Well, with Jotaro dead, it was fine, I guess. Okay Motoko, explain why we all had to meet up. Hiromi demands, and Ichi nods, cradling a beer he had picked up from the bar. My eyes flashed gold as I called all of them into a conference call, which they all joined in quietly. Of course Malcolm didn't have the internal agent pickup, so he would have to speak up verbally to talk to us, so he wouldn't be able to share much, unless he decided to send a text. This was a serious gig, and deserved secrecy. And Ho-Oh was packed, and so even if we got a booth it wasn't exactly private. And it was cool to be all secret agent levels of secrecy. Good practice too. Okay, I got a new gig from Wakako. Should be tons of loot, and particularly, some Netrunner gear that I absolutely need. Problem? It's a small gang with a skilled Netrunner hidden away. And they hired about 40 kids to be their muscle. I didn't get a response right away as I started sending pictures of what I had seen, security systems, even the floor plans that Wakako had given me for my gig. Then I waited, letting my chums get a chance to go through everything. So we kill them and loot. What's the issue? Ichi asked, confused as he looked over everything. We could probably set up the truck with Malcolm and I in the back. If they try to run, just open the back door and mow them down. We aren't murdering a bunch of kids, I denied, frowning at my chums with my frowniest face. Really, guys? How are we going to get in then? Look, Ichi pointed out a dozen pictures that all showed the guns the kids were carrying. Maybe we can just talk to them, make them give up or something, I offered, but Hiromi scoffed out loud. Don't be stupid, Motoko. Those kids are probably making more eddies than they have ever seen before. They are powerful now, at least in their minds. There is no chance they will let us get in and take out the Netrunner. Besides, this says Wakako wants the gang removed. While the gang will break apart if we kill their Netrunner and this other guy. How are you going to get to them through that? Hiromi pointed out, and I winced. Damn it. I nibbled on my lips as everyone talked around me for a bit. Obviously the killing would mostly be done by me. So it was really my decision how this would work. Could I kill a bunch of teenagers just trying to make themselves a life here in Night City? Even if I didn't kill them, that would leave 40-ish teenagers with guns and a bone to pick against the world. Well, I didn't have to kill them. If I took them all out and just stole all their weapons, that would work. Fuck. Even if I could disable all of them, that's still a lot of people to disarm. The danger level of the gig only grew with every step. Wakako. I hate you. You guys are overthinking this. Malcolm offered with a roll of his eyes as he went silent, obviously sending a text. Just take over the gang, you gonk. I blinked, wincing at the thought. I didn't like the idea of taking over a bunch of street kids. I'm in, Hiromi offered with a nod. That many gonks? We could do some serious heists with that much muscle. It would be nice to have someone else drive trucks for me, Ichi offered, but he laughed after showing he was joking. But more seriously, it's not a terrible idea. Motoko. We can do it. Take over the gang. Clean up the older guys, leading them. Hell, just tell them your pay structure, and they would be yours, he said, laughing in reality. But I don't want to lead a bunch of teenagers, I whined. Even my little group was almost more than I wanted to deal with. Then kill them, Hiromi said, looking a little sympathetic, but giving me a shrug. Or cancel the gig. Fuck. I said aloud, shaking my head, but Hiromi shrugged. My chums continued to pore over the information I had brought. My own hesitation wasn't shared. There were eddies to be made, and that was that. They weren't even being cruel, it was just the way street kids, and I guess corpo kids, were raised. The data I had was gone over. Interesting things were pointed out and I let the chatter filter through me. There had to be something. Some way this could be done. Someone poked me. I looked up into Malcolm's face as he had a shit-eating grin. "Malcolm?" I said, waving the others to be silent as I looked over the data he was pointing out. I nodded. "Good job. I still don't know about this," I muttered as I left my chums behind. We all had some ideas on what to do, but I had decided to put a pause on it after a point. This city, the culture. It was so weird. It still hit me sometimes that despite being in California, I wasn't actually in the United States. Hell. There wasn't a USA anymore. It was New United States of America, or the NUSA. That was how weird it all was. I had gotten so irritated that despite heading home I had gone on a walk. Traveling through the cherry blossom market, just looking around as I thought. I could cancel this gig too. I could find Netrunner gear somewhere else. Wakako would probably be annoyed though. And I didn't like giving up. I could do this. I could take over this little gang. It's not like any of the kids would have much real experience. I just didn't want the responsibility. I didn't want to lead a gang. That was an escalation in my life that I really didn't want to deal with. I leaned over a railing looking down at the market below me, watching the people come and go. I didn't have to lead them. Not really. They would already have their own leaders among the kids. No way some 30-something gangbanger was properly acting as a mentor to 40 teenagers. I could just set them up to be able to protect their apartment complex and deal with them as I would any other gang after. I sighed. This was going to be such a mess. I stood to head home. I was going to need to talk to June. So that's the sitch. I explained, shoveling a bit of food into my mouth to catch up. June, who had been eating as I explained my frustration, only shook his head. "Stop taking stupid gigs," he said simply, and then nodded his head like he was giving sage wisdom. The only reason I didn't kick him is because June kicked harder. That's so useful, Junie. Truly, I would be useless without your ad, fuck off. I screamed, cutting off my chipper tone and flipping him off. I came to you for actual advice. I can't really help you, Motoko. Kill them, he said with a shrug. They picked up weapons and knew what they were getting into. They're teenagers. We never know what we are getting into, I said, a little sad at that fact. It's just how it is. Do you need help? He asked, gently. I just shook my head. No, I can handle it, and if you came along, they would just think it's the tiger claws trying to press in. No, I guess I'll have to talk to them to find out what's really going on, I decided with a nod. I sometimes wish I did have the memories of Motoko before the coma. It would make dealing with peers a little easier. Actually, that gave me an idea. I knew exactly who I needed to call in for information gathering. My eyes went yellow as I walked away from June. Maybe I could actually get somewhere with some help.